All right, guys, we're doing something a little different tonight. Something overdue, in fact, because I was asked to do a follow up to Badgersaw, um, probably like 2 months ago now, but it got lost in the process of me being busy and whatnot. But on the bright side, I have been provided with the latest dev build. So I think this is going to be more or less representative of the final product. We shall confirm that with Xetoil slash Vincent, the developer, once I get him over here in a minute. But yeah, after like a year and a half, we're back. We got the man back here with us because this is the second installment of his solo indie dev project. And if you remember the prior stream, all that time back in the past, I quite enjoyed the first in the line of Badgersaw chapters because it is a fascinating passion project. We're talking like one man doing the visuals, the gameplay, the music, all that on his own. And while it might be AAA standards, there is a lot of charm present, and that's what I find most important. Plus, it has a couple of fun ideas, like as opposed to your standard RPG, it also leans heavily into the narrative aspect. So there's a lot of emphasis on story, interactions between party members, but it doesn't just rely specifically on this being an RPG. No, I would say it also steeps quite heavily into point and click field because there is a lot of emphasis on exploration, finding objects, solving puzzles. So there is a good fine balance and skirting the lines between genres. So it's not a game I would specifically try and put in one concrete drawer. No, there's definitely more than mere labels can give it justice. So, without further ado, I do have this prepped. Uh, what's cool is that this build I've been provided has recognized my prior Badgersaw progress. So, the save files I still have from Playtest of part one are still there if I ever need to return. But I think we're just gonna go with the baked in Playtest part two feature because I mean it's been a while. I don't remember much. As a matter of fact, I'll probably need a refresher on how the game ticks. So yeah, here's hoping we have plenty of fun, and I'm gonna be even more pleasantly surprised as we move on. Okay, I think that's enough rambling as far as introductions go. So give me a moment, and I shall get the man of the hour to join us. Hello.
Hey,
How's it hanging, dude?
yeah, it's good. It's good.
As a matter of fact, this is a first for this Twitch channel because not only do I have, or rather, did I have a dev join me personally in a call, you are also the first returning guest in that sense. So
Woo,
history has been made, ladies and gentlemen.
amazing.
So for returning and new viewers, I think it will be appropriate if you introduce yourself.
Man, that's such a big call to order. Don't know if I can rise to the challenge.
I believe in you.
I made Badgersaw. I made Badgersaw. It came out last year in March, and I've just been chipping away at new projects. And within that, Act Two was also born.
And as a
Is
matter
there
of
any more? Is
fact,
there anything more to say on
I
it?
don't want to cut in, but as a
That's
little,
fine.
shall we say, spoiler, because this is gonna have somewhat of an interview format, like the first stream that we did while I play through
Cool, man.
this test build. But
Yeah,
you do have something brewing on as well. It's not just
I do.
Badgersaw
I
anymore.
do. Yeah, I've got some fun stuff in store. Hopefully, I can get some of it out this year and a bit more next year.
I do imagine you have a lot on your plate going on as far as just Badgersaw is concerned.
Yeah, I'm happy we're coming to the end of chapter 2, to be honest, because the last couple months were a bit of a slog.
Mm. Well, viewers may not know this, but we actually met in person a month
Yeah,
ago.
we did a couple of times.
Yeah, we had some drinks, talked for a good few hours about life, the game itself, the state of the industry itself, and there was a lot of doomer posting IRL. But we did come to the conclusion that we need more people like Vincent here to
Woo!
give new life to the industry as a whole. It will be no
Yeah.
stretch or I don't know, buttering up to you if I say that a lot is in the hands of you guys right now, as far as bringing new life to video games as a whole. I think what's going on with
Yeah, well, I hope I can.
the AAA side of things, and it's slowly just crumbling away. You fellas are pretty much carrying this on your back, together with the AA fellas.
I hope I can rise to the challenge.
Yeah, I know I'm putting a lot on you right now, buddy, but
Mhm. Right, so
I
I
believe in you.
dreamt of this moment. I dreamt of being here.
I mean, you chose this lifestyle, so it's all on you.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. No, but it's passing things down, isn't it? It's like, like XCOM and things like this. These were all a guy in a bedroom at one point, you know. So
Hey, at least you don't have to do id Software style dev dev runs where they just spent entire weeks in the office with barely to no sleep and gorging on a pizza and soda until they got stuff
I have
done.
done it. Do
You did?
you want to play more of my games? Yeah, I've got a game jam project on itch called Plague Messiah, which I made in 3 days, and it's a grand strategy game. I'm pretty proud of this. It's a grand strategy game I made in 3 days. It's actually wild.
Holy shit! How complex is it for a 3D
Yeah.
project?
What's that? Sorry.
How complex is it for a 3D project?
So it's like there's I think 6 towns that you can conquer, and of those 6 towns, there's 3 factions. And all you've got different soldier types, and every soldier in the codes, every soldier fights individually, which I think is kind of cool. And that's the scope of it. When you conquer most of the world, a boss faction appears and starts conquering the bits that you didn't conquer, and when you beat them, the game ends.
Okay, I can definitely see the XCOM influences here. That sounds pretty cool. If you'd
Yeah,
like to link me to a copy so I can check it out even on my own, I'd
I'm gonna link
appreciate
it
it.
to you now.
As a old man who does like his strategy games.
Yeah, I will be as a side project. I will be polishing this eventually. But at the moment, you can tell it was made in 3 days.
Okay, I mean, I can
But I
see just
really
from
like
the
the
header
concept.
familiarities with the art style that you're proud of.
Yeah.
So going back to Badgersaw, which, by the way, how's the audio on your end? I
Yeah,
think
it's good. It's good.
you did you mute the stream or do you just have it like
I did.
playing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Stream's muted. Yeah.
So you can see just everything fine right now, like the title screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, perfect. So what you provided with me today, how different is it from the build from a couple of days ago you sent? Are there any key
Um,
differences I should be aware of?
yeah, so some of the art was broken in the previous build. Some of the rooms had no art, and some of the like contextual art was bugged, so it would show the wrong art depending on what you did.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, that would
Yeah,
be
but those
pretty
bugs.
funny for the sake of the stream if that did happen.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, and so those bugs are gone. I don't know how much it would have affected you in terms of puzzle solving, but you would have been kind of like, "Whoa, is this intentional?" Like, so that's all fixed. Also, the music is completely finished. So the build that I sent you, some songs were incomplete, but now it's all finished.
Ah, so is it more or less a representative of the final product, or do you still have to do some touch-ups?
There's some pending scenes that you might see, but they're mostly game overs. So sometimes when you die, it will just be like game over pending.
Okay,
So there's that.
fair
And
enough.
the ending CGs are not fully drawn, so they'll look really rough. Right.
Got it.
Yeah,
As
and that's
a
about the
certified
extent
boomer, I'm not too picky when it comes to graphics with the stuff I grew up with.
of
I mean,
yeah.
on the Amiga, we've seen some pretty, rough artwork during those days. There's only so much you could process on that computer.
Sometimes I wonder if the high IQ play is to actually draw bad and call it nostalgia.
Well, I mean, it certainly is a stylistic choice. Is that one meme of I was only pretending to be the R word?
Here's a fun thing though. If you didn't know, if you press extra, there's now a. I'm not even sure if this was in the Steam release right now, but there is a music room, and there's
Okay.
also two new game modes. One of them lets you fight any enemy, right? So you can,
Oh,
if you want to fight the last boss or something, you can just do it. And the other one is the new roguelite modes that I'm working on, which is really cool.
ah. So do I just access these from pressing the songs?
This is that music room, isn't it? So if you click on the music, it will play. But if you click return, you go battle theater. That will
Uh
be
huh.
the boss battles.
Ah, okay. Is it from the game so far? All of them?
It's Act 1 and 2, yeah.
All right. What was Trials of Mustachio? Was that here?
That's the roguelite modes, which you're
Ah,
free, yeah. You're free to try that as well if you want to.
okay.
It's
Uh,
got a couple new characters in it too, so it's quite fun.
hmm. Okay, if we
Whatever you
have
want, it's your
some,
stream.
yeah, if we have some time, we can peep it. You did tell me that as far as progression goes, this is a little shorter than Act One.
Yeah, it depends on, because Act 1 had a lot of combat, but this one is mostly puzzles. It's quite free form as well, so
Oh,
if you know what to do, you can probably wrap it up quickly. But there's a lot of side quests as well. So it
okay.
depends on how long you spend figuring things out and trying to get everything, right?
Look, man. I've played through Mist. This is nothing.
Yeah.
Once you do the
It
Mist
was it,
submarine music puzzle, you can take on every single challenge in
I should
existence.
really play more of these puzzle games, because by the end of the chapter, I was struggling to think of more puzzles. I need to put more puzzles in this. You know what I mean?
What kind of
Um,
90s style dick moves can I sneak in?
I might actually, because this morning I thought of a puzzle and I was like, that would be banging. I want to put that in the game, but it's obviously not going to get into the game because it comes out in 2 weeks. But I might patch it afterwards and add another puzzle just for fun.
All right, treat me as your lab rat then, depending on how well I do with troubleshooting on the fly. Okay, one final thing before I click start, or rather, Chapter 2
Yeah,
playtest. Um, so, for someone familiar already with Part 1, how would you
yeah.
pitch the sequel to them?
Oh, yeah. The game whiplashes from survival horror to dating sim.
I'm sorry?
The game whiplashes from survival horror to dating sim.
You say that, but I see three grown men on the title screen. But what are the
Well, you've got
implications?
Oh,
Are you trying
oh
to
man, you put me in
cater
an
to
awkward
a
position.
particular demographic here, or you know?
No, no, no. I just ruined my pitch, didn't I? My pitch has just been
Oh,
ruined.
I don't know. Depending how you proceed from this, I mean, you could target a completely new audience.
Yeah, well, like it's definitely a genre shift.
No, I'm actually down with some puzzle solving. Whenever I boot up a game like that, like say the Neverhood, which I recently beat, it is
Oh
such a
yeah.
nice break from just games focused heavily on the combat. So something that rather rattles your brain and all the processing parts of it and creative side of it, instead of just giving you a dopamine rush. It is a nice break of pace for
Feeling a
sure.
huge amount of pressure right now.
And there's gonna be more. Within the rings are these cretins. As far as I remember, we fell down a hole by the end of Act 1.
At the beginning of Act One, and then you climbed out of the hole at the end.
A dating sim with holes as the primary focus. How shall we move on from this connection? Some sort of bizarre marching troop who took a wrong turn. No one's supposed to be down there anyway. Do you think they spawned down below? Maybe we can press them for cave fluids. I don't remember any of the workers looking like this. No, no. They were all stout and short. What a conundrum. Whatever they are supposed to be here. That is a body type, I can say that much. You certainly had some fun drawing these the
Yeah, I sort of went
dubiously
off the wall.
female proportions. What do we do? Kill them? Maybe we should wait a while. Maybe they know something. Hey, these girls kind of look like the thing we killed. Actually, he does make a fair point because I do remember a boss that kinda looked like this type of NPC
Yeah.
with claws like
Well, you can fight it again in the battle theater if you want to refresh everyone's memories.
yeah, well, it was kind of like the dancer from Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, a little bit.
Badgersaw, keep quiet about that. Oh, right, yeah, tact. We've so much to do already. What's the status in the village proper? We still haven't managed to find them, but we're sure they're hiding there somewhere. What to do? What to do? Why do we keep them here? The two of us can stay behind, and you can take the rest back out. But they don't look they'll be putting up much of a fight anyway. I will have you ladies know, I've already fought a weird werewolf creature and a hydra, so we have plenty of combat experience. Oh, and a big spider mama. So we got all the From Software ticks already out of the way. Man, this is bad. What should I do? Well, here's where the point and click narrative aspect comes in, because we engage in glorious banter. Yo. Okay. Howdy do. Not much for enthusiasm, I see. How's life? Interesting. I mean, how different this is from dating. Period. You know, as someone who actually spent quite a bit on dating sites before I finally found the girls I formed a relationship with, this is actually how it felt a lot of the time.
This
Whenever
is a
someone
genuine
actually,
experience.
whenever someone actually responded,
That's the
and
reality.
just you know, give me the cold shoulder to begin with. Who are you people? I suppose silence is its own sort of answer. Wait none. She's wearing a veil over her face and can't stand up straight. I don't know if it's creepy or just really exotic. Well, if you place that X with another letter of the alphabet, it gains a different meaning altogether. This one looks a lot more relaxed than the other two. She's probably the weak link. Don't say that out loud, Badgersaw. Oh yeah, my bad. Purple. She's tall and authoritative, but doesn't seem to be the leader. Ooh, my powers of deduction are so deductive. We're definitely... That's a typo. That's a typo there, friend.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
it's been-
but I'm going to have to deduct some points already. It's not looking good for you, mister. So many of these people. Don't they, like, have jobs or something? This is probably their job. Yeah, why else there would be so many of them? Oh. Right. Let's track then. Badgersaw reaches out to touch the white nun. Stay away from me. She flings her long nails in his direction. Ah, okay. That didn't work. Badgersaw reaches out and grabs the green nun by the arm. She's very relaxed, which takes Badgersaw off guard. Oh. I expect this to work. What do you mean, work? What have you achieved? What? Just reach out and touch people, do we? The green woman knocks Badgersaw away. Why did you say anything before? Am I supposed to react whenever to whatever low life form edges my way? I mean, you didn't really have to take my man down like that. He already gets a lot of shit from his party members. Anyway, where are we? You're free. And we're here to guide you, to show you the true path. Score? See, guys, what did I say? Mr. L clips Badgersaw over the head. Ow, what was that for? The purple one is mildly amusing. Outstanding on his lack of temperance. A character, I'll give him that. This seems suspicious. Oh, the Redman has had an idea. A multicolored troop just popped out from a hole in the ground. Very suspicious. There's something not quite right about the situation. Not quite right. Not quite right at all. How typical of you two. These women are offering to host the three of us. And you think it's not right. But she never said, lock them up. Oh. I'm leaving you two in charge, as per your suggestion. Where is he supposed to keep them? Just lock the gate on your way out. That's the only way in or out anyway. And it's not like there's much for him to see. Whatever. Come on, let's go. Doing white gestures to the crowd. So we're just gonna stare at each other awkwardly now. Well, I'm off. Yep, me too. Wait, what? You're supposed to be our captors. And you're leaving? I have better things to do than watch some freaks eat grass. Wow, how rude. And how about you? Oh, she's gone. So, what do we do now? Beats me. I'll be off. Off? To where? Anywhere that's not here. Mr. L has left the party. What? You can't just leave. We've been captured. You know, Badgersaw, I'm kind of tired. I think I'll be going too. What? No. Tentacle has left the party. Going to where? We captured. Oh my. Well, I guess I'm on my own now. Oh wow. We're only one chapter in and it's already pulling the trope of the protagonist is left on his own. Whatever. Didn't need them anyway.
Yeah.
Solo adventure, let's go. So, is this gonna be our main shift? Focusing on Mr. Badger himself?
Yeah, the solo album.
Alright, now what? Now we ponder. Time for the real deal. The Badger extraordinaire. The soul album nobody asked for. This is the adventure of Badgersaw. Probably best if I explore a bit and decide what to do after. Who should I talk to? Out loud. Bask in the beauty of the great outdoors. I spoke, but no one spoke back. Well, nothing to do but explore then. Let's have a look around. This glorious tea set. Wow, these look expensive. What kind of tea is in them? Actually, they're sort of dusty inside. Well, I guess nobody's using them. Obtained tea set. Hell yeah. Whatever is not nailed to the ground, we take with us. What is this? Some sort of get-together room? Here's another screenshot for you, mister. See what I'm saying?
A screenshot.
Yeah, check the dialogue. See what I'm saying?
What is this? Some sort of get-together room. Oh yeah. There's no E. Yeah.
This is why you have me, and self-proclaimed English major to correct you. And I'm the foreigner here, damn it. Sounds quite nice, actually. Let's see what reading materials these ladies are stocking. These are mostly Vincent. Vincent.
I tell you, this slang was written about 2 weeks ago.
Well, so far we're not really doing much in terms of bug fixing, but instead of just proofreading the dialogue. Hey, what's this?
I literally played this chapter so many times.
The Tragedy of Titan. Feels like I've heard this one before. Okay, nothing new in that sense. Hello, can I get any service around here? Pretending is fun. It's locked. Badgersaw enters the room to find the green woman rummaging around the messy dust-covered objects and papers. Oh, am I interrupting something? That should be a double R there.
Okay. I actually didn't know that.
Just you know, throw that in on the bucket list.
I'm gonna have a long list by the end of today.
Whole encyclopedia. Yeah, right
Need
then.
an editor. What I did for chapter 1 was I exported all the text into a Word document, and I went through it with spell check. I should have done that for this one.
Well, see, that's what happens when you leave your spell check into Grok. I mean, when you think about it, this is pretty much a live editorial session that we're having right now. Free of charge.
Is,
yeah. See? Isn't it good to have friends around? Petite and unintimidating. It smells of rich mahogany. What's this? Badgersaw wipes away a layer of stationery to reveal a large tome. Sensiometry and the development process. What is this? A book about developing your sensitive side? Maybe I can use this somehow. Convince these girls to let me out. Badgersaw swipes the book in a move which he firmly believes to be inconspicuous, but was in fact brazen and obvious. What? Nothing. Well, that's certainly reflective of point and clicks, where you can just think about everything, and unless the Dave stated outright, no one gives a shit.
Yeah.
They seem to be responses to an employment opportunity. There was a typo there. I skipped a little too fast, but there was definitely a typo. Below dates are quite a while ago. Yeah, opportunity needs fixing.
Does it not have a U in it? Is that what it is? Oh yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, there should be an U here
I
before
just love putting U's everywhere because I'm British. Put U's everywhere. Just put U's everywhere.
Yeah, I know that's a thing in British English, but I'm pretty sure opportunity does not have that in either side.
No, it doesn't. I'm looking it up now.
Feels like I've seen this before. Whoa, must have zoned out for a second there. It's a painting of a mighty pirate ship. Stormy seasonal. I am a big fan of the brushstrokes, which does make this seem like
Oh,
painting and alleviates that sense of this is digital art. It actually makes it seems like you drew
um,
this by hand on a piece of paper and then scanned it through a machine. So definitely,
I'm glad it looks like that.
so definitely passes off as more, shall we say, authentic.
That's good. I'm happy about that.
Hey,
It's mostly the default circle brush.
how should I converse? Where are we? So, where exactly are we anyway? In a little hamlet secluded in the woods. Oh, that was very forward of you. I beg your pardon? Well, I didn't expect you to just answer me. Then why did you ask? He who never dares, never wins. Ha, yeah. So, a hamlet, you say? Yes, a little hamlet in the woods. Does it have a name? What does it matter? It's a secret. Why is it a secret? Well, because we don't want to be found. Why? Well, I can't tell you now, can I? Eh? Who are you? Who is anyone? We are us? Yes, I suppose we are whoever we happen to become. I myself became this way due to a twist of fate. And I don't believe any label really does it justice. Right, so how about you tell me something about yourself, then? What's that? You wanted to know something? Yeah, I'm asking you to tell me about you. Well, my name is Cassandra. Okay. What else is there? Well, Cassandra, what exactly are you doing here anyway? I'm rummaging around the office. Okay. Why you're rummaging around the office? It really is like dating talk where you have to actively go out of your way to look for topics because the other side is just like, yes, no, one word responses. I'm trying to find out how long the boss knew about. Knew about what? I don't really know, really. You don't really know about the thing you're looking for evidence about the boss potentially knowing about. Well, she wasn't exactly upfront about it. About what? Ah, where to start? Start at the beginning. Well, you were in that cave, right? Yeah, weird place. What? Did you like it down there? No, I didn't really go down there much. But I heard things from the workers. Oh, really? What sort of things? I've already said too much. Consider the conversation line closed. So close. Maybe I can convince her to tell me the rest somehow. Cassandra ignores Badgersaw's music and continues her ruse of the office space. What are you doing here? Searching for evidence. Evidence of? Just drop it already. Alright, sure. Maybe if I get her to trust me, she'll tell me about the evidence. Why are we allowed to leave this place? Because you're trespassing. Should I mean you want us to leave? No. Because you probably saw some things you weren't supposed to, and now you're filed under damage control. You're lucky we didn't just murder you on the spot. Was that really a consideration? You guys would have just tried to kill us? Well, we're trying to avoid that sort of heat at the moment. There's not a convincing-inspiring answer. And anyway, that red guy with the top hat looks like he might explode. Tell me about it. Best to ship someone like him from a safe distance. Definitely. Is he not your friend? He's my trusted compatriot. Right. So you guys might be doing some really bad things if you're keeping it a secret. Indeed. That's why I'm rummaging around this office. Right, yeah. Would you like some tea? Badgersaw gestures to his tea set he has been lugging around. Not out of those dusty cups, I don't. Oh, right, sorry. Well, here's a potential line of getting her to trust us. Tea? Can I see your face? Why would you want to see my face? I don't know. Just seems normal to, like, look someone in the face and talk to them. I suppose you do have a point. Yeah, so take that hood off. No. Huh? Why not? Don't wanna. My hood. My choice. Yeah, fair, fair. Why do you look so disappointed? Well, no, it's nothing. Not disappointed, not at all. You're good, your choice. Just like you said. Yeah, yeah. Good talk. Good talk. Nice weather we're having. What was that? Something about the weather? That was me saying that was nice. Yeah, sure is. Always happy to see nice weather. Oh, so you like it when it's sunny? Yeah, beats the cold that I'm used to. That you're used to? Yeah, me and the rest of the girls. We're spending most of the year in the bitter cold that we came here. Terrible, really. Bitter cold, eh? And would that happen to have been? I already said a bit too much. You're about to tell me where you came from. Drop it. Okay. Wow, he is so quick to being shut down. The decor in this room is lovely. Well, it have to be. This is where the boss hangs out. The boss hangs out? Well, what do you want me to say? This is where she does her work? I guess so. Well, regardless, she's the boss, so he gets the nicest cows. I guess that's how things work. You sound resentful. There were many unsober doings around here, for sure. Oh, were there now? The green is a pretty snazzy color. Oh, what this? Yeah, I'm lucky to have robes that suit me. You mean you get to choose the color? No, distributed to us. In theory, they have a meaning, but in practice, if you're anything other than blue or red, it means you did something special at some point. What did you do? I guess I like to pry around and loudly exclaim what I find. They rewarded you for that? Wouldn't you like to be rewarded for that? Yes, actually, I would. Well, there you go. Wow, what an outstanding organization you must be from. Yeah. I am the mighty party leader and lead the party to victory. Did you just say something? My charisma is outstanding. Is this what you do? Just stand in front of people and talk to yourself? Even my idle musings demand the attention of the crowd. You really are a strange one. My color coordination is peak. I must say I prefer duochrome myself. Yeah. Badgersaw applauds. Misunderstanding. You know, if they really did pay him for all the bragging and banter he does with himself, I think he get along with these girls just fine.
Yeah, well,
Do you write all of this dialogue on your own, or do you like consult it with someone?
I write it all on my own.
Oh, okay. How are you challenging in this to try and come up with a legit fake conversation between two characters?
I find it quite easy actually. I do it directly into the code. Like I don't have the script. I
Do
just
you,
open the code software and I'm like, there needs to be a conversation here, and I just write it in.
okay, how much of it is like just vibing on the spot, and how much of it is oh, I have a general idea what this character is like in terms of personality?
I'll, yeah, so I know who the characters are beforehand. Um, with these characters, like with Badgersaw, Mr. Eltanscom, I obviously have a much deeper idea of who they are. With these characters, it's more like a general idea of where they come from, what kind of life they had up until now, and kind of the general kind of stereotype they might fit into if they were a real person. And then I have an idea of where the conversation has to lead. So but not like one dialogue tree, but the entire interaction between two characters. So by the end of the chapter, if you exhaust all of her dialogue, what's their relationship going to be like? I have that general idea,
Got it. How
and then
about
the hard part is getting there.
how much of
You
these
know,
are based on certain archetypes, and how much of a character is like innate personality you come up with your own instead of trying to seek necessarily pre-established tropes?
I tend to just I think about people I've met, but not specifically like one person, but like say you went to like a party and that party had a particular vibe. Like it was a particular that subculture of people that were going to that party. So you get like an idea of not just one person, but the kind of people that were going to be there. I kind of think like, well, if I was in one of those venues and I met someone, what would that person be like? And that's kind of the, you know.
Interesting. So you're just drawing from life experiences.
Yeah, yeah, could say that. I'm really like I worry about writing stereotypical or like two-dimensional characters. Now, obviously, like a character that only appears for a short time is almost by definition quite flat, right? But they don't have to be presented as flat. They can have uh, you kind of get an idea of like what kind of person, what kind of experiences they maybe had, or something like that, that turns them into this person, and you kind of work from there.
Got it. I just learned a new skill by looking at the painting.
Yeah, yeah. Badgersaw does that.
Something about that painting feels like I'm looking at Yumineko artwork.
Oh, really? That
Yes.
painting took me a whole day to do, or maybe a day and a half. Like, a lot of
do,
work went into that painting.
do you have like a high definition version of it in your?
No, I drew it at that resolution.
Oh, so it was specifically made for this frame and not just like
It was
artwork you did
specifically
on
made.
your own and then resized it to match the setting.
Yeah. Originally, that painting was going to be a reference to Resident Evil. You know the first one with the grandfather clock puzzle.
Oh yeah. Were you thinking of
Originally, it was going to
doing
be
it for
like
a puzzle or just for this skill?
it was to get a skill. It was always to get a skill. And then while I was drawing it, I got bored of the Resident Evil idea, and I came up with my own little myth that it's not actually in the game at the moment, although I'm thinking of adding it in the next couple of weeks as like one of the books on the shelf. But I came up with this little mythos, and I drew a scene from that mythos.
Oh, since we just hit a potential save point, are we still going with the prior system of I only have this many opportunities to save, or does it work a little
It's
differently?
infinite saves, but your saves don't heal you.
Ah, so as long as I'm here in the hub, it doesn't matter. I can save as much as I like.
Yeah. There's also no pictures yet.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no fun pictures. It just tells you the date. Yeah.
I'm sure those will come in due time. Ooh, there's actually a lot to do here. I guess we can head upstairs first. This is a peculiar angle. Whoosh! Badgersaw thoroughly enjoys the length of the corridor. I mean, it's a very long corridor indeed. As Badgersaw enters the room, he is surprised to find the inside almost pitch black. Ah, Badgersaw, could you close the door, please? Oh, hey, Tantalum. Yeah, sure. Why do you want it closed, though? It's pretty dark in here. I think this room is dark for a reason. Right. You do you, I guess. How should I converse? What's up, my brooding friend? Brooding? I'm not brooding. Then why are you in the dark? It was like this when I got here. Anyway, what's the point of asking what's up if you're gonna assume how I am? Whatever. This is how I talk to my friends too. About just trying to work out what this room is for. Oh, this room, hey, it has a purpose, does it? Yeah, I think it has something to do with these images hanging everywhere in the bathtub. Oh. Oh, the younger audiences might take a while to understand what is the purpose of this room indeed. We're, we're pertaining to some outdated technology here, folks.
We'll have a wiki page with trivia like, oh, this room was based on an outdated method of, yeah.
What's next? Landlines? Yeah, I think the only
That
substance.
technology is.
Yeah, I think the only substance in the bathtub is for making these pictures appear or something. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. See if he even is talking like a zoomer. Maybe if I had a book or something, I could learn a bit more. You mean something like this? Badgersaw hands Tantalum the book on sensometry. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, I thought it was about being more sensitive, but it's pages upon pages of stuff about chemicals. Seems right up your alley. Yeah, I should solve this promptly. Tantalum opens the book and voraciously begins flipping through the pages. You sure can read in the dark like that? Tantalum is engrossed in study. It does not reply. So how's life? I'm a prisoner. Oh, right. Yeah. So tell me about that book on chemical sensitivity. It says we need to bathe these images hanging around in a particular order. So I mean there's some logic to the order they've been hung in or something that we need to reverse engineer? No, the order of the chemical exposure is what is important. But I'm not really sure what the proper way to do it is, so I want a test picture to begin with. Too bad I don't have one of those. A test picture, hey, maybe you can find one somewhere. Hey, what's up, Golden? How you doing, buddy? We have Vincent here with us, the dev, so in case you would like to ask him personally any questions pertaining to Badgersaw and its development, feel free to do so as we march on. The problem is, it's hard to tell what's disposable if you have to try before you know what you're working with. Disposable, hey. I can barely see anything in here. Well, at least you can see. Ouch. Badgersaw stumbles into a blunt object, not being able to see it at all. Coming from the guy who's wearing shades.
True. Maybe
Ow.
they're night vision goggles.
We just don't know. I mean, he is an archer, so it could be an interesting plot twist. Or he's actually blind. Hey. How is he reading that, you might ask? What if the book is in Braille?
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, Tantalum, didn't see you there. Badgersaw deliberately bumps into Tantalum. Badgersaw, would you stop bumping into me?
It's most
Whoa!
ironic. Oh my god, that's quite funny.
Stop moving. What?
I don't know. I've never. I'm now too old for this because postmodernism was big when I was younger, but now it's post irony, and I think that I'm just too old for this question.
This is coming from a dude younger than me, by the way, for like
I can tell, yeah.
10 years?
Oh, you mean me? Yeah, I'm younger. I'm 10 years younger than you. I'm not a boomer.
Thank you.
But post ironic. It plays itself pretty straight as far as like I don't know. It's a bit like I went out of my way to not follow conventional RPG tropes, but I played classical ideas straight.
Will do. I'm gonna make it a little louder.
Yeah,
Okay, that should do a little bit.
I'm gonna Google post irony right now, man.
Well,
This is the first time I've
I
actually.
imagine when Golden is speaking about post-ironic, he probably means if you get like a specific goal in mind with the
Irony
writing.
and then earnest and ironic intents become muddled, or alternatively, describe a return from irony to earnestness, similar to new sincerity. In literature, David Foster Wallace is also oh, I guess it is post-ironic. I guess it is. It was easy.
I mean, it really depends on the intent of the artist because if it's made to just break conventions, then it is postmodern. The ironic part implies that you're making fun of specific trends.
Well, I watched Masters of the Universe recently, and I would say Masters of the Universe was quite ironic, in a lot of ways. Like for example, there's the scene where they go out after blowing up the wall, and they're all marching, and it's super cool, and then they start coughing and spluttering because of all of the dust. That's like kind of what's the word,
Uh,
like post modern day irony, 21st century irony is like that, isn't it?
Now that you bring that up, yes, I definitely saw some weird dissonance in between the movie trying to act serious with Adam's backstory and juxtaposed by Skeletor's outright goofiness and hemmed
Like
up
he was
like
trying to
the
be both.
well, yeah. Skeletor
It
was
was
definitely
trying to be
more
post
akin to
ironic
his
and
cartoon counterpart from
yeah.
the earlier version of He-Man.
Yeah, but Badgersaw, I'm personally not a huge fan of that style of humor. A lot of the humor in Badgersaw is very like subdued, like the awkward silence. But there's a lot of ellipses in the game, and jokes without punchlines, which is kind of the opposite of a lot of modern humor.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I liked it. Go on, Shunt's gonna say first.
what's that?
Shunt's gonna answer the question first. To Golden Cream.
Okay. Before I do, I just like to
Yeah,
say that with the comedy aspect of the writing, I definitely see some of that classic British influence. Say Monty Python-esque, where
yeah,
you just have nonsensical rambling between characters.
yeah. I love that.
Yeah,
Huh.
it's typical situational comedy stemming from this particular subset. So I can definitely see you. I don't know if intentionally or just by proxy from being raised in this culture, you decide to implement that in Badgersaw's writing.
I think it's being raised in the culture.
But by the way, while we are talking between one another, I'm still gonna progress through the game. I'm just not gonna read out lines loud, but instead
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
click on them at a leisurely pace so you guys can read it on your own. Uh, I'm gonna say, as a movie, no, but it had redeeming qualities in Skeletor's character. He carries the whole flick, for sure. And that is an ironic statement in its own, considering that they cast Jared Leto, of all people, to play the role of Skeletor. A actor who is the last person out cast in a half humorous role. However, for some reason, he is perfectly able to encapsulate Skeleton's cranked up hamminess as a villain and elevate it to new levels. So, as far as I'm concerned, that is the peak of Jared Leto's career, and nothing will be able to top it from now on.
Jared Leto is like really good when you don't know the actor is Jared Leto. That's when he shines.
Whoa, what happened to Tantalum? Why did he become Scribbles?
Oh my, what did happen? Oh gosh,
I,
right,
I, I
I
thought
need
that
to
was
check
maybe
that.
intentional.
That wasn't intentional.
Well, oh, we found our first glitch that's not
That's quite
associated
funny that
to
that's somehow
proofreading.
slipped in. That's actually that sprite is actually from a gag in chapter 1 that's in the game that you can find. It's like a secret, and somehow it's made its way into chapter 2. Maybe just leave it there.
Huh.
Um, Masters of the Universe. My opinion on it was, first of all, the same as Shunt's, that Jared Leto did an amazing performance as Skeletor, and if you like Skeletor, you should watch it for that reason. The movie tries to be post-ironic, like you said, while also being quite ironic. So it kind of tries to rub you the right way whilst rubbing you the wrong way. But that being said, I don't watch a lot of like superhero movies and things like that. So well, what's going on here?
I don't know.
Oh, it's gone. Just click. Just click. This is actually okay.
Um,
1 second.
okay.
Go roll back. Click roll back.
Nope.
Okay, where are you? You might have to reload your save. Let me see this. Do you want to copy this markdown and just send it to me on Discord? That's going to be the fastest way.
Mm.
Carry on to stream.
Yeah, I'll probably
Um,
just screenshot
but
this from the
if you don't
screen.
go in with high expectations, it's an all right film to watch, but it's not going to be the revival of the series or anything like that.
Well, this is why we say frequently. I might have to repeat what we did.
You've got to give him the book back. I think that was the meaningful thing that you did.
Yeah. So let's just speed through everything.
You press control. You can press control.
Whoosh!
There you go. Where were you when you triggered that bug in Bragg?
And brag. I mean, we can do that again, see if it repeats.
No, no,
That
it's
was
all right.
courage.
It will definitely repeat. What was it? Brag about courage.
Yeah. Oh.
This is another thing
Oh!
that we did
When
recently.
you press nothing, it happens.
Oh, really? So if you get I see. Okay, I guess you can't brag to Tantalum. Luckily, there is no progress within bragging to Tantalum.
Right. Well, folks, the valuable lesson we learned from this is don't brag to Tantalum. He will literally
He
brick
breaks
your
the
game.
game. That's kind of funny.
Alright. I'm heading back. Damn it. It will engage in glorious banter. Alright, we gave him the book. That's one important here. Just gonna trigger the rest here and don't brag. Still images is suspended animation. They're hanging from the clothesline. They sure are realistic. I think they're painted. What manner of sorcery could make such vivid replications of reality? Sure is an interesting mystery. Yeah, interesting. Badgersaw spies what looks to be a damaged image hanging from the line. Hey, one of these is different. Ooh, hitting in the puzzle, I see. Weird. Wonder what that could mean. It's a bathtub full of black, oily liquid. I think it might be some sort of chemical solution. It's a bathtub full of black, oily chemical solution. The window is boarded over, leaving this room permanently dark. I think you'd call it the dark room. Ha, neat. Man is
Oh
literally
my god.
reinventing the genre. Want some tea?
Tantalum, more so than the rest of the characters, is actually based on one of my friends in real life. And sometimes, like just now, his reactions are so much like my friends that I can't believe it. I wrote him, obviously, but
Oh, really? Um,
yeah, it's
do any of the other three
I,
have traits you would assign to people you met in your life?
like they were all the three characters were made in collaboration with two friends, so
Ah,
they all have a bit of my friends in them. But Tantalum is basically almost one to one what my friends just like to talk to.
got
Like
it.
he I just find him really funny. Just not what he says, but or does, just him as a just his and I gave him a review copy for the game actually, and he said I'm really struggling to write an unbiased review for your game because I'm in it. I'm literally in it. But,
He's literally me.
yeah, it's so hard to review a game where I'm in it.
I think Mr. L would be like the more no-nonsense academic type you might have met during your years as a student, because that's kind of aura he gives off.
Mr. L was originally going to be like the complete opposite. He was originally going to be someone who was snarky and insulted you all the time and just said the meanest stuff to Badgersaw. But then the characters as a group were a bit too unhinged with him like that. So I shifted him to being like the kind of reasonable, the straight man of the group.
Right, something to counterbalance the
Something to counter this.
crazy Badgersaw and the what dynamic would you say Tantalum plays between the three?
Tantalum is like he's kind of the everyman. Like he looks at he looks at the situations without any kind of like glamorization. You know, sees it as it is.
So the middleman.
And, yeah, and Badgersaw's an optimist, and Mr. L is like a kind of, well, I wouldn't say he's a pessimist, but he kind of looks at things practically, and he doesn't trust other people. I think he doesn't trust Badgersaw anyway. I think he trusts Tantalum.
I don't think anyone trusts Badger. So
No,
anyone
I
with
don't think
more than
anyone does.
2 brain cells. Besides, obviously, these three, out of every characters that you wrote, the more
Yeah.
prominent NPCs, I would say, were there some you that stuck it out in your mind that you had more fun writing?
Yeah, the Christoph Mandel, the guy with no legs in the first chapter, was incredibly fun to write.
Oh yeah, the dude
I don't
that
know if you
was
remember him.
vital to
The
progressing the
happy
story.
dude. Yeah, he gives you the file, yeah. He was actually not even supposed to be in the game. I literally was thinking like the game needs an NPC around here because it's a bit dreary without, you know, the cave feels a little bit um unsatisfying. So I just opened the game files and I just wrote him into the code without even knowing what he was going to look like. And he ended up being like one of the best characters.
He certainly is memorable.
So yeah, everybody says that they love him, and like, and in if I do make Act 3, I'm not sure how it's going to pan out because of like money and things. But if I do make Act 3, he's going to get expanded plot, so that's going to be really cool.
Hmm. So we do have potentially the comeback of No Legs McGee.
Yeah, well, his backstory is going to be expanded on anyway. It's not so much as him, but what I've got planned is good.
Well, I mean, I don't want to push any pressure on you, because you already do that quite well on your own. But
Yeah,
accessing from the menu implies that there's gonna be 5 whole acts.
yeah, because you saw the music room. Yeah,
How realistic do you think that is of a scope?
like what I want to do because I think that Badgersaw is quite a strong IP. So I think that even though it hasn't really found, it's not really got like it's not pushing life-changing sales at the moment. But I think that if it gets some traction, people will really like it. Um, so what I'm planning on doing is my next titles are hopefully gonna put a little bit of money from them to go back into Badgersaw and kind of do like a spiral sort of thing where I work on other projects and I come back to Badgersaw. No, not you're the first one who joined.
Yeah,
Sorry to answer for Shunt.
yeah, you didn't miss much, and if you'd like to catch up on prior banter, you can just view the history. I'm sure Frosty will come around later. It might be still a little too early for him. Well, I mean, after a
There's
year,
6 people in that. It just doubled. The amount of people just doubled.
yeah, you sometimes gotta give a little time for people to start showing up. Some of
Oh
them are
yeah.
gonna be lurkers, not too active. So, to anyone who is joining in, I'll bring this up every now and then. But as soon as you have Vincent here with us, if you have any questions regarding the project, do feel free to tap it out in the chat. He will be going through it, and if anything is missed, I'll be sure to bring it up. So, no questions are left unanswered. Oh yeah, Rip Copes, one of the internet's favorite lolcows. Quite the interesting character, I have to say. Where was my trail of thought going? Oh yeah. So a full year has passed since the release of Chapter One. So obviously, if you're gonna
Yeah.
go through that kind of episodic format, How would you say the struggle goes when it comes to tackling this kind of effort as a solo dev?
It's a good question. There's a lot to talk about there, actually. I guess the first thing is that sometimes it's hard to gauge because when you're working for yourself like that, the deadline is self-imposed, and the like predicted income is like you don't know how much you're going to make, right? So there is a lot of pressure to just work as fast and hard as possible. You don't really have anybody to tell you to slow down. So when I was working with one other guy, so a bit about me is when I was 18, I was me and one other guy. I wasn't 18, I was 19. Anyway, me and one other guy were running a marketing firm together, and we were able to like put limiters on each other because we were both like workaholics basically, but we'd be able to like cool the other person down, like, look, if you don't calm down, you're going to make it worse, so. And my friend, he said to me, if he didn't have someone like to put him down, he'd probably be working through the night, right? And I don't do that now because I'm a dad, but I was like that as well.
We should
And
probably bring it up with the viewers ever since year has passed. Our boy here did become a dad, so he has to
yeah,
micromanage game development with being a family man. So that is
yeah, so
admirable
I
in its own right.
yeah, I actually take breaks for the sake of my son. So, like, if I was working 10 hours or 12 hours or 13 or through the night and I was tired the next day, then my son's going to have a dad that's tired all the time. And it's just not very nice, is it? So I try and stop working and give myself a couple hours. Oh, thank you very much. Golden cream. So I take a couple hours to kind of chill out after working. So when I actually go see my son, I'm in a much better mood and I don't have my head stuck in work and stuff. I'm not perfect, I do spend time. Like, for example, I started social media recently to promote the game, and social media is like a full-time job because it's always moving. So there's always temptation after you're done working to open social media and get some engagement. So obviously, I don't fully divorce myself from work in the way that maybe I should, but obviously, since becoming a dad, I'm much more conscious of doing that for his sake.
Yeah, and like you just brought up, it's not just the video game developing process itself here that is crucial, but you also have to take on the role of a businessman since you're your own guy. You don't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
a specific publisher for this game, right? You're just doing it on your own.
No, I don't. I did get some good feedback from publishers that were busy. I did get a publisher say that they love Badgersaw, but they're too busy to take it on. And they said, "Send me your next game," and I was like, "Lol, my next game is Badgersaw." so, to be fair, I have thought of the potential of getting the rest of Badgersaw published because it doesn't have to be. Right now, the structure is Act 2 is free. So if you own Act 1, you get Act 2 for free. But it could be that Act 3, 4, and 5 are actually a new launch called like Badgersaw: The Full Adventure or something like that, like a new game on Steam. And maybe it could be like that. I'm talking about potential business now. And if you were to pitch that to a publisher, I think it's a much more enticing sell if Badgersaw 1 and 2 did okay. Do you know what I mean? Um,
Yeah,
but to be like, I'm gonna make 3 more free updates for my game. Could you fund it, please? It's probably not gonna. It's probably not gonna be a very good pitch
I can imagine
to
you
publishers.
approaching a publisher and they're like, "Oh, okay, what else do you have going on right now?" Oh, Badger Saw
Where's
Act
gonna release this?
2, Act 3, Act 4, 10 years of Badger Saw.
Yeah. So, but this is something I was watching an interview with the Darkest Dungeon devs, and they said so. Like, I think half or more of the content of Darkest Dungeon 2 was added for free, which would be, if anyone's played it, it's like the Kingdoms update, I think it's called, where instead of being like this roguelite run-based gameplay, which is what Darkest Dungeon 2 is, it's like a persistent world kind of gameplay, a bit similar to Darkest Dungeon 1. And they added that to the game for free. and they said a publisher would never have let us do that, but they believed that it was going to be best for the long-term sales of the game to actually release it for free. So, you know,
I mean,
we did.
granted, they already made a lot of money on the Darkest Dungeon to begin with. I'm sure the
They
sequel is
did,
also
but
doing.
taking a loss from the company to keep making stuff that's not actually got a price tag attached to it is like a business decision, which takes a lot of balls to make.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
I mean, I was surprised to learn
Yeah,
that with the sequels release, they even thought about updating the prior game.
yeah,
That is
yeah,
absolutely counterintuitive to what normally the industry pushes these days, which is
yeah. But they've got such a
profit of
good
everything.
IP, which I think is what a lot of companies and like indie devs and stuff as well don't really focus on, and with good reason, because making a strong IP is actually really hard. But if you have a strong IP, then you can sell merch and you can sell like mixed media, you know, which Darkest Dungeon does. They do that. They sell plushies and stuff. Don't Starve is another good example of a really strong IP. It gives you a little bit more leeway in how you actually develop your game.
I'm fascinated right now by the idea of young and finding out what a printer is.
As you know, one of the things that I really like is like the old kind of wizardry vibe where there's like sci-fi elements in a
Oh
He-Man is actually a good
yes,
example of this. Where there's sci-fi elements in a fantasy. I will really love that, and it's a real shame people don't do that anymore.
Wizardry is
So
especially an egregious example, especially when you move on with age
yeah,
peaking with space travel. I,
there's space fantasy, but there's also stuff like the Spider-Man animated series where it's set in the modern day, but the technology is sort of like science fantasy esque, like Peter Parker's web shooters, or they have these like massive gene machines that can like cure mutants like the X-Men and stuff, and they have all this weird technology, but they're selling it to you like it's set now. I like that kind of soft juxtaposition. I think it's really cool.
I mean, you might know this, but Might and Magic also crossed that line
Cross that line
into
as
its
well, yeah. And
chronology.
Age of
And
Wonders as well.
the funny thing about that angle is we also have the Heroes of Might and Magic spin off, which attracted a completely different audience from the mainline games.
Yeah,
And folks who are not familiar with the mainline first person titles, when Free was going to receive its original expansion pack, Armageddon's Blade, they were like, "What the hell is all this high tech stuff?" And the studio, New World Computing, got so much backlash they actually had to pedal back on the
that's crazy.
including Forge. Yeah, it was generally one of the oldest examples of tourism in video gaming in
Yeah, yeah,
particular.
yeah, yeah.
Which I mean, you can debate honestly whether who was in the right or wrong, but clearly they just had to cut their losses and try to appease
Yeah,
a different subset. And there's also the whole rabbit hole of earlier Ultima games just doing whatever the hell. Because some of the early ones also featured space travel and going to different planets before Richard Garrett decided to sell on a concrete vision of what he wanted to do with Britannia as a fictional
oh yeah.
setting. I'm kind of hoping that he does get back the rights, especially with EA being acquired by the Saudis. You know, just one more mainline
Oh yeah,
Ultima.
it happened, didn't it?
Anything at this point that just rubs EA in the face is going to make me happy.
Yeah, 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 for real.
So going back on this discussion with
I love Spelljammer. I read the old the AD&D Spelljammer supplement actually. I like reading supplements. I don't know why. Like reviews. instead of novels, I just read supplements for fantasy role-playing games.
Oh,
But I've got the Spelljammer AD&D book, and I love it.
don't worry. I
I'm
also
almost a good fan.
would, especially during my D&D days in high school and early uni, when we actually had tabletop sessions together. I would buy some supplementary books of my own, and they would be some of my favorite readings, just because of all the lore build-up and explanations.
It's a crazy imagination
I used to have
that's going
the
into them.
psionic supplement for 3.5, which introduces basically a completely different new game style to D&D. Borderline broken, depending how you look on it. Oh, am I playing Cookie Mama right now? I actually have to try and guess what some of these ingredients are.
Yeah, I didn't buy any of those how to draw food books from Japan, so I just winged it.
What
Probably
do
learn a lot about me by looking at
we... Yes.
ingredients, to be honest. I'm feeling a bit.
Let's just throw in all meat.
Yeah, I did get one playtester said that there weren't enough recipes.
Maximum ingredients I'm comfortable cooking with. Garlic and chili sauce with bacon and eggs. 40 HP, 2 MP. You're like smashing something. Endurance increased. Oh, cool. So are there several recipes you can experiment with?
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Is this a one-off, or you can keep coming back to it?
but you can keep coming back, but the ingredients don't refresh.
Ah, got it. Oops. Too much meat for our boy. He was so ready to expunge his last meal. In an act of percuting constitution, Badgersaw swallows, the rising mess forming in his mouth. Ugh, like that. Lie down. Badgersaw crosses the living room and drags his barely functioning body onto the sofa.
That's it.
Lies down, closes his eyes. You may save your game. We probably should, because chances are I could get some more glitches. What the hell was that? Expect to start about it. He seems to have recovered. He's covered in cold sweat. But that's the meat sweats, boy. Going back to the damn kitchen. So, anywho. Yeah, what I was gonna say, concerning your adventure so far as a soul dev, it is, I mean, you're walking down technically a similar path as, say, Toby Fox, who is also working on Deltarune in a chapter-based manner, just biding his time and releasing them within like, say, yearly spans, depending on how progress goes. But it's definitely a different starting point where you already have a amassed fan base from a full game that you made prior. So you know that's gonna do relatively well, even depending on certain fluctuations in your performance, rather than, oh, I have to basically start from scratch and then work my way to the top.
See you later.
Yep, see you, Golden. Thanks for
Um,
hanging around.
yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think releasing Badgersaw as Chapter 1 was actually a bad idea. Um, it would have been better for me to release like a complete, like Chapter 1 is the whole game, guys. For financial reasons, I think it would have probably performed better financially. Um, but I wasn't really in a spot where I had a lot of time to think
Oh
things through or
shit,
anyone to talk to about it even. Oh yeah.
that was unexpected.
did you look at the painting? Oh, you killed him. Oh, he's too weak.
Was that supposed to be a mini boss?
Kind of like you're supposed to not be able to survive unless you use the riposte skill that you learned, but you've unlearned it because you must have saved first and then seems like you don't have it.
I guess, or maybe it's just not my
Yeah,
skill list.
it should auto equip. The code won't give it to you without it auto equipping. So I mean, either the auto equip code is broken or you didn't. You had it before you saved. Oh, sorry, after you saved.
Or maybe just that good.
Yeah, could be that.
Speedrunning Badgersaw is a playtest build. Did you know that you can win by slashing your enemy? But you know, there is a certain charm and whimsy to just discovering all these little game-breaking bugs, as opposed to playing for the game proper. Because at the very least, you know, what are the potential problems that you have to look into before this releases alongside Chapter 1, instead of being surprised that, oh, whoops.
Yeah. There's also like a thing of averages. Like you could have got lucky and killed him. Did you kill him in one hit, or do you kill him in
One
two?
hit, it dealt 38 damage.
Did you dealt 38 damage?
Yeah.
Wait. You know what it is? It's not that he's too weak. I think. Can you open the status menu when this is over?
Yep.
Once the scene is over.
Yep. Will do. Source of heat trademark.
I actually think that the game may have worked intentionally, and it's just been such a long time that I don't remember how it's supposed to. Yeah, you see, your malice is really high because you ate, I think, the chili pepper or the garlic. I think it's the garlic.
Okay.
So your malice, and because your malice is really high, you did more damage, and because you did more damage, you killed him in one hit. And the intended way to beat him is to use riposte. So what you've actually done is you've actually found a legitimate second way to beat him that I didn't think about.
Guys?
Also, it looks like the code didn't work. You do have riposte, but it didn't auto equip.
How are you normally meant to equip it? Do you just left click?
Click on it. Yeah, click on it.
I'm
But
clicking,
when you
but
learn it's supposed to auto click.
okay. Well,
Click
clicking
on it and click on an empty space.
doesn't let me click on any of the slots.
No, the big ones. The big ones.
Okay, I'm clicking on the big ones, but I can only highlight these. The other ones that are empty, I can't like.
Oh, I can't see your. Oh, I see that.
Yeah,
so when you click on riposte and you click on the slap, click on the hand.
It goes away.
Oh, does it? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll check that out.
Yeah, it seems like
That's
weird.
Can you then equip slap? Have I just like gated you out of slap?
No, can't put it back.
Oof.
Ooh, something's going on here then with the system.
Something's broken.
Yeah. It's fine. We discovered a workaround. I'm sure I can just one-shot everything now. Well, guys, regardless, take notes before this gets patched out. Or you could do the funny thing and just leave it as is. You know, as a second workaround in case someone is creative enough to come up with it.
That was a bug.
or just lucky like me. How much actual fighting as opposed to puzzle solving do we have in Act 2? I'm only asking this considering that we have a potentially bugged system here.
Um,
which might be an issue.
there's one boss that you may struggle to fight without slap commands.
Right.
And
In that case, I
you don't
feel like
need the post, but it's really strong. So,
in that
but
case,
you can fight the bosses in the battle theater, and he's an optional boss. So, and in the battle theater, because I've tested it, so I know you will have all of the skills. 'Cause I literally tested it this morning. So
got it. You know what I could technically do is reload and just not mess with the baked-in
you could do
skills.
that, and then you have slap. But unfortunately, you're kind of barred out of riposte because it's bugged.
Yeah, because it's not gonna auto-apply. Hmm.
Trying to
Okay.
resist the temptation to open the scripts now and fix it.
Well, I mean, we may as well could do that while they are doing this. Still. So we have the buff applied. I think this is before I check the oven. So we could see what happens once I attack again.
Oh yeah, because you haven't. But you should have already. You got the buffs. You should have already got the
Oh, see,
attacking.
this time, and then outright kill him.
Yeah, you got.
That did, though.
You missed. Oof, you're lucky, aren't you?
So I guess
Yeah, that's good.
40 damage is, like, is helpful.
Dropbox.
Okay,
Okay.
take notes. This is pretty important for the sake of ironing out some shortcomings. I mean, you didn't really have to draw such a specific angle of the toilet, but I admire your resolve.
Yeah, true. I didn't have to, but I did. You're gonna see why I had to in a moment.
What, are we gonna have like a postal pissing mechanic introduced? Something must be blocking it. Oh, okay. Smooth transition.
Let's check this out, man.
Okay, I think I checked everything in.
I can't open the code because my other profile is active. I can't actually do it today. Alright, I'll have to fix it tomorrow or
Right.
Monday.
Well, at least we have slap on us, so we can kind of work with that. And if things go south when you hit that boss, you just try it from the battle theater. Should we get to that stage? By the way, those were just those two houses that we explored. There's still more. That is an adventure game kind of lock.
Yeah.
Free locks? Hoo-hoo. This is the best they could do. A free locked door. Wait, didn't you know my name is Badgersaw 4 locks? Well, I guess that's the quest. Free keys. Ooh. It's the purple lady. Let's start with a greeting. That seems like the smooth way to get talking. Hello. Seems to be getting anywhere with this. Let's try again. Howdy. The creature shifts its head slightly. I guess that's a reaction? Hey. The creature nods. Ahoy. Her face finds her palm and hangs there for a while. Whew, I've been getting somewhere. Salutations. Salut. Salutations? Greetings, madam, tips Fedora. Badgersaw ruffles his mouth just a slight bit. What is it? Yes, score. How should I converse? So, where exactly is this anyway? And why do I owe you that information? Owe me? Just asking a question. You are a captive, not a probe. Jeez, I'm just trying to make conversation. So, you got a name, occupation? My name is none of your business, and my occupation is making sure you don't escape. Alright, miss, none of your business. So what's stopping me from just leaving right now? The woman robed in purple raises a lazy arm to point at a large and imposing gate on the other side of the clearing. So, there's a big gate. Why are you here, then? Politics. Ah, yeah. I see. What are you doing here? Alright, suit yourself. Looks like she's got something she wants to get off her chest. If only I could get her to trust me a little bit. Why are you so mad? This whole operation's a mess. Tell me about it. And now these three multicolored rejects come crawling out of the floor. What the hell is going on down there? She lets out a deep sigh and hangs her head in defeat. I want to be back in the outskirts, riding horses across the downs. That was the life. Since we got here, life got so much harder. The woman folds her arms and withdraws just a few steps. Looks like I'm not getting anyone if she trusts me a bit more. Why can't we leave? Why should I tell you that? Because I asked? Well, that's a big sigh. The question is, why are you here in the first place? Well, you see, there was this cave, and I know it was a cave. What I'm saying is, why are you in the cave? Why have you stumbled in here uninvited? Oh, I know this. We're looking for a flower known as blood gladium. A flower. Yes, a flower which, when made into a tea, has the properties of making one feel both hot and cold at the same time. Convenient that I have a tea set now on me. I see. So told you what you wanted to know. Are you satisfied? I've seen flowers like that before. Yeah? Can you give me one? You have to travel pretty deep to get to them. So what you're telling me is I should go back into the... Wait, no, I'm not doing that. Exactly what did you see down there? A bunch of stuff, really. Where should I start? Badgersaw begins to recount the story of his time in the cave. Never mind all that. And just as quickly, Badgersaw is instantly cut off. While you were down there, did you happen to see anyone who resembles us? Us? Who's us? Don't test my patience. Alright. Yeah, we found a blue thing with sharp teeth and pointy nails. It was really ugly. What? How was she? Did you communicate with her? Was there another? There was another, sure, but when you found them, they were a mutilated mess strewn all over the floor. But watch what I say, this could get explosive. So it was already too late. I assumed that was the last you saw both of them. In a manner of speaking, yes. What a shame. He was a good man. What a rotten way to die. I'm sure there's something going here, but I need to find a sensitive way to breach this topic. Well, she seemed to trust me more, so I guess I can ask her some more questions now. Did you just come to some sort of realization? The one in purple shakes...
Oh, me? Yeah,
Yeah.
I found out how the why the bug is happening.
Oh? Well, what's the issue here?
Basically, I don't know. I must have been editing it while I was sleepy or something. But the code which gets rid of the skill which was there is still there, but this code which inserts the new skill is not there. If that makes sense.
That's a big oopsie.
Yeah, that is a big oopsie.
At least the hot springs which had to close down when? When what? Nothing. Never mind. Well, you can't just say that and not tell me. Look, it doesn't matter. Alright. Can I see your face? No. Why not? Because I want to show it. Well, is there something that would convince you to show me? No. See. I think there's a way. But Get her on the good side and ask again. So what are we having? Well, it is nice, isn't it? You know, the sun is out. It's bright and cheery. Am I supposed to say something? Something no you'd. Hope can travel many miles more than a man. Weird. You know that's saying something when even Badgersaw is confounded. You know, purple really suits you. How can you say it suits me? You can't see anything but my robes. Well, there's a certain elegance. You know, the way it flows when you move, and you're tall and all. I don't understand. Look, it just looks nice, okay? The color looks good when you move. You move in a certain way, alright? Alright. We're both purple. I'm not purple, you bastard child of warring nations. I wear purple. Whoa. That was pretty harsh, yeah. Perhaps you'd like to repeat the statement and suffer that retort again. Maybe I will. Let's head to the hot springs. With you? Ha. She snarls as she breaks into laughter. Oh, that was good. Phew. 7 rings, you are something. Can I go by myself then? No. Why not? Don't feel like letting you in. Why? Don't feel like it. Feel like flaunting my authority instead. It's a great feeling. Power. Probably something you've never felt, Purple Man. Ugh, she's insufferable. But perhaps I can convince her to change her mind somehow. Whatever, little man. My hair is inexplicably slick. What's that even supposed to mean? It stands on its own, and it reaches towards the heavens with its magnificence. What do you do if you need to duck under a low branch? It's an adventuring hazard. That's what it is. I don't think of it more as an occupational hazard. What, I agreed with you. Darn. Badgersaw mauls himself unperturbedly. I'm the party leader. Me. The amazing leader of the party. So if we break you, the rest of them will break? Well, they are pretty self-sufficient lots, so no. But you will never break me. It's hard to see through her veil, but the woman in purple struggles not to smirk. Enter barracks. Let's look around. Banks look grimy and worn. Yeah. Little hearth in the center of the longhouse. Can't imagine what kind of goods times we had here. This place is disgusting. I was thinking of trying to light it up because we do have a heat source now and all that. It's not. Better, so let's have a cognizant yawn. Puckers his lips and makes wet tooting sounds. Man, the rooms like this make me feel sleepy. Oh yeah, there are 2 doors. I didn't even notice that from the image. Looks like everyone here would eat around the same table.
You didn't notice in the image.
Yeah, it was a little obscured by the beds.
The beds, oh, but you know where they are.
Yeah. If you squint your
I've
eyes,
got
then you can see it.
Okay, I've got you the patch
Got it.
that you can manually install. You don't have to do it now, but basically, I've patched the bug.
Got it. Just DM it to me, and if we happen to reach to a point where I have to fight again, it's going to be a particularly egregious encounter, I might just apply it so we can work around our
Considering
skills.
it's almost midnight, I don't know if you'll get there unless you're going to be up till 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. But yeah, I'll send it to you and do instructions how to install, and then I've got your stream back up.
It's guy's a savage. Just broke up a perfectly fine table.
Oh, you're in that room, are you?
Yes. Left and right remembers that he is alone. Here we have another kitchen. I'm using these grime-encrusted utensils to cook anything. Cursed can. I mean, wonder what kind of foodstuffs they keep in here. What? Inside the cupboard is not but a single can with the image of a mustache emblazoned on it. Badgersaw carefully inspects the lone can. It reads cursed can, handled with care. Wonder what's in it. A bunch of pots and pans for communal cooking. None of them are very clean. Well, I know what happens when I try to interact with containers that are of dubious nature. So I'll probably head back and save first before we entertain that notion. It sure is a area, right? Imagine you're trying to piss and someone out here comes to do their laundry. Also, something about the toilet just standing there in the corner. It sure is a design choice.
Like, I love your reactions. Like when I hear stuff like that, it makes me realize that I made the right choice drawing the room this way.
Well, I mean, generally, imagine you coming down here to use the laundromat, right? You turn left and someone's
Yeah.
just shitting.
Yeah. It's designed to make you feel as uncomfortable as possible.
Well, I'm glad that at least they have these gloves to put up the facade of sanitation. This room elicits no strong emotions from me. Yeah, but the toilet over there in the corner is perfectly natural. I mean, I wouldn't even bet an eyelid on the, the pissoirs over there. Because it's like, okay, I mean, it was just like a barracks for dudes. Sure, whatever. Bonding between men. But doing number two in an environment like this, that takes some balls.
I like that there's only 2 urinals, like exactly two. You have to
Yeah.
stand next to the other guy.
Well, imagine if there's like three people using all three at the same time. So you have two dudes standing next to each other, and then there's a guy on your left taking a fat dump. Well, I do suppose you could just stand all three in the. Oh yeah, because the toilet would be for the hierarchy official, right? He gets the privilege of pissing in the toilet.
Yeah.
Ooh, I know what this is. That's a puzzle that we saw in. You know what? If you paid attention, looks like they slot into this dais. Ooh, this is a puzzle for the adventuring mind. The left-hand side one will definitely be this. That much remember. But then we have to figure out what the other two are. Is it me, or does the corridor give off ominous vibes? But just amuses wishfully to himself. It's locked. Badgersaw forcefully guards the door. No, not locked. It's jammed. What I should do? Badgersaw Pool stakes. You
Oh,
might,
yeah, okay.
yeah, you
I
might want
see
to
that.
remove one of these verbs. The hatchet he acquired holds it in a wood chopping stance. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? New on the market, the spectacular, amazing Badger Shop. With great power comes alternative ways to enter rooms. Um,
Oh, wow. Okay.
throw that in the bucket list. Uh, is it supposed to change the
I
door
see this.
texture or
Yeah, the picture is supposed to change, yeah. But the file name might be wrong.
got it? Badgersaw sweeps his eyes across the floor. It is covered with little wood figurines at various stages of completion. Most of them resemble stout little men with giant mustaches or variations of popular male facial hairstyles. Looks like someone's been busy. Nowadays stands out among the figures. A carefully whittled pony with a heart carved into its hind. Looks like whoever whittled this had a different idea from all the rest. It's got sentimental value, so I'm taking it. Never know when a bit of sentiment can turn the tides your way. Oh, I know where I'm using this one. It's a bunch of assorted tools for trimming and shaping wood. What, did you expect me to pick them up? I sure did, considering how greasy your little hands are there, buddy. Man, this is great. Okay, back to the adventure. Looks like a bunch of trash mixed in with personal effects. Hey, wait a minute. Badgersaw cautiously peers into one of the boxes. This is tea. Tanton would love this. Yoink. What are these? Instructions or plans? Or something? Badgersaw's attention is drawn to a standout piece of parchment in the pile. Hey, what's this? Ah, it's a symbol for the puzzle. Where does it go? Who knows? It's just a solid piece of wood with lock on it. What the hell? Okay. Yodelay hee hoo. That's what I thought. I don't think that's correct. I guess that just stays there now. I've been both sides, right? Oh no, missed this bedroom. The familiar transition from storage to dump. I guess the cause of disarray. That should have an A before Y.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Disarray.
Spread their gifts equally. Just a bunch of mangy workwear. It doesn't look like there's any consistency to size or color. Looks like this one had something in his pocket. Ooh, hey. So I assume I could do that puzzle now. If I wanted to. How's that noise? Badgersaw walks back and forth across the room, intrigued by a certain high-pitched wail from beneath his feet. Looks like it's right about here. Stark marked, Badgersaw slams his foot into the origin of the squeak. Ouch! What the? What do y'all be doing up there? The voice comes out as an almost unintelligible set of high-pitched chimes and squeals. Someone say something? Unintelligible chiming. What the? A little man? Chiming. I'm sorry, little gnome. I can't hear you. You have to come closer. Okay, that's too close. Too bad I'm here now. And who are you anyway? He ain't one of them tall women. And he don't look like a working man. Is that an insult? Just who you be? I am the mighty Badgersaw. That your name, son? Badgersaw? The one and only. Mighty stupid name you got there. Who the hell are you anyway? Some sort of gnome? Whew! Aren't a gnome? He's an elf. An elf. Elf is supposed to be poignant and beautiful. Oh, actually, that's a common misconception, you can see. We ones are actually more genetically related to our element ancestors than the modern men are. Elves don't exist anyway, so claim to be related to fairy tales. Frosty, thank you for the 59 months. Good to see you, man. Appreciate the support.
That's a lot of months.
And should you have any questions to Vincent here about the game, feel free to ask.
There.
You've actually missed some quite interesting game-breaking bugs that we've already come across. So be sure to check the VOD, because I know you are
Yeah, the live
an aficionado for these kind of things. Oh wow, it's already been 5 years since I made you into a mod. How the time goes.
Crazy.
They do exist too. Rather, they once existed. You see, all the races are mixed nowadays, and look, I'm not listening to this rubbish. We are small men moving under the floorboards. You're clearly some sort of anodyne mistake in the cosmic happening. Why are you so small anyway? People aren't supposed to be that small. So I'm calling you a gnome. It's descriptive and fitting. Look, I'm telling you, I'm an elf. And when I go and tell everyone I found an elf on the floorboards, what are they going to think? Assuming they don't immediately think I'm crazy. They're going to imagine some beautiful patrician outcast beneath the woodwork. They're going to imagine a stout bearded man the size of my thumb. Well, if you just listen, no, it's pure communication. That's what it is. On the contrary, calling a gnome is good communication. It's descriptive and evokes the correct image. Well, what do you do here anyway? Why are you hiding on the floorboards? Well, I managed to forge. My workshop is beneath this room. You manage a forge, eh? Guess that makes you a forge gnome. The forge gnome lets out a deep sigh. What is it I can do for you, anyway? Why have you disturbed my forge? Well, so what's with the forge? A forge? The forge is my passion. Right, but why do you have a forge? I told you, it's my passion. Here I conduct my research, the fruits of my soul self. Oh, so you're researching something. Like what? Well, I'm glad you asked. Through my meticulous study of material, I have mastered the craft of alchemy. Whoa, alchemy? You mean it can transmute? Yeah, that should be transmute instead of transmute
Oh yeah, there's
elements of the gold.
there's
No, not exactly. Not exactly. Well, I can only transmute. Oh, you got it right here. Elements into inferior states. So what's the point in that? What do you mean, what's the point? It's a fair trade, it is. Say you've got a piece of gold and you want it to be a silver. What's with this guy's accent? Then you bring it at me. I make it fair, ya. What the hell happened to your voice? Ah, sorry, I must have got too passionate. You be bashing my trade and all. So why would I want to transmute gold and silver? Vampires. It be true, it be. Vampires don't exist. Heck, they do. Fools, elves, and now vampires. What is it with you? Living in a fantasy land, ye be. What did you say? Ah, you little lungin. You don't understand the world as it used to be. Just because you don't see it now doesn't mean it ain't here. I suppose next you tell me there's a secret society mutagen bugman. A mutant bugman living under the planet's crust. How but there be? I should know. I'd be living under the crust. Yeah, because you're a gnome. Whom on earth I am. Right. Whatever. Why are you under the floorboards? Because otherwise the cloud woman will take me. The cloud woman? You mean those colorful nuns outside? Call them what you want. They're devils, I tell you. They be taking the good men and putting them to work in who knows where the flesh rubs. About the fingers from toil. If you don't know where they're being taken, how do you know what's happening to them? Because no one wants to go, lad. So it must be bad. Right. So why will they take you? What do they want? They want my forge, laddie. They'll see my hard-won ticket for themselves. It's true. They be coming for my forge. Listen here. I've tended this forge with the very passion of me soul. I am about to give it up to some fanged invaders. Invaders? So we're here first. I came with the first wave of workers, but quickly became apparent I was too small to work in the mines. So before they cut onto me, I hid. And I stay up here, providing a decent foraging service for the miners, whilst perfecting my craft of alchemy. If I came here with the workers, then get here first. 'Tis my home, it is. 'Tis where the forging is done. So basically the back market forging, I'm fixing a forging behind the scenes. You make it sound like a crime. All I'm doing is providing a decent service for those who want it. Yep. Yeah. But I don't like variables that I accounted for. So when things started looking awry, my friends down in the mines advised me to run. But I couldn't run yet. Not with these iron legs. So instead, I moved underground. Into the floorboards to work my craft in secret. Your craft was already a secret, though? And the floorboards is hardly on the ground. As time went on, my companions were coming to see me less and less. I haven't seen one in over 2 weeks now. I fear the worst has happened. Why don't you just leave? The woman might still be out there, and my wee legs can't carry me so far in a day. Quite the predicament. I'm glad you're one who understands me. Would you like maybe stand a bit further away from me? But then you wouldn't be able to hear me. Are you saying you called me over here but you didn't want to hear me talk? Is that what you're saying? No. Never mind. Right you are. So, what could you forge for me? For you? Well, what do you want forged? More to the point. What you get for payment? Payment? Well, I can't be working for free now, can I? Right. Payment. I don't have any money. Well, money not good anyways. What else you got? What else? Let's see here. But I'll give him something I need. Well, I've got this pocket lint. And this flask of mysterious liquid. Give me that. Bloop. Why did you do that? I'm sorry. Something must have taken hold of me. I was possessed by an urge. You took my mysterious liquid. I guess that qualifies as your payment then. Because I imagine that's what you wanted to put here. For the dialogue.
What's that? Qualifies as, yeah. Qualifies and, yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Well, say something. It's a deal, isn't it? It better be a deal. This is unbelievable. Yes. Strong stuff that was. Fine. My apologies. It's a deal. I hope I'm the better party of this transaction. Anyway, not the better things. Better things such as the things you can forge for me, little gnome, will be it today. Well, about that. What? Well, the forge is cold at the moment. So you stole my liquid knowing that the services were unable to be rendered. Like, when there's no customers for a long time, it goes cold. I'm going to need a source of heat if I'm going to power the forge and all. So I guess you expected me to get that for you. I can't leave for fear of displacement. Yeah, well, I guess I've got nothing better to do. Badgersaw turns to leave when he remembers the warm object he's been carrying in his pocket. Hey, what about this? Can you use this? Badgersaw reveals the source of heat, trademark, he's been carrying around. What? This is perfect. Ha, yeah, it is. The forger reaches out to snatch the source of heat, trademark, from Badgersaw. No. Badgersaw swiftly moves his hand out of the way. But why? I need it. You gotta say please. What? Why? Hand it over. No, little gnome, you saw my mysterious drink, so now I'm gonna be polite. I guess it's only fair. Please, may I have the source of heat trademark? Sure. Badgersaw hands over the source of heat. Trademark. Oh, how can I say? It's pretty hot. Let me just... The gnome carefully clears the oven mitt containing the source of heat, trademark, and wraps the whole thing in what appears to be full, and runs off. There, it's all set up. The forge has been reactivated. Took you long enough. Anyway, to show you thanks, I'd like to give this to you. The forge gnome hands Badgersaw a dirty box about the size of his palm. What's this? Badgersaw slides the box between his thumb and forefingers to reveal a filling of tiny sticks with tinder on the ends. It's a box of matches. Matches? So you're the source of heat this whole time? I thought I did, but they wouldn't burn hot enough, so they're no use to me. You can have them. Alright, thanks I guess. Obtained matches. Now let's get started. What's on the forge menu today? Well, let's see what you've got. Well, I mean, probably nothing I can give it to him. Something with his tea set? I can fill it with fire from the forge. Will that make the tea taste better? He'll make anything you place in it burn and... But how will it taste? I'm asking about taste. It will taste significantly worse. Never mind then. Well, this gadget is mighty and sharp. I can transmit that gadget to a slightly less mighty and very much blunt instrument. I think I'll pass. What about this figure of a horse? Can you make it into a real horse? I can only transmute items into inferior stage. Is there a thing life is superior to figures? Well, figures don't have to eat, and they don't run around causing mischief. Wouldn't you say that's a superior state to life? Would you like to transmit you into your figure? You can do that. I can try. No thanks, I prefer being alive. My point exactly. Can you use these matches? I gave you today's matches because they were of use to me. Oh, right, yeah. So definitely we gotta come back to this wee lad later with something else. This is also mean to him. Dude. At least show some respect to our short king. Small maybe, but not insignificant. My mastery of the alchemical arts places me in the top echelon of artisans. I think I finally found my accent for the dude, which is Sean Connery at home.
Sean Connery at home.
But transmuting elements into lesser states, into inferior states. It's far more useful and important than it sounds. Right, whatever. I could crush you under my boot. Indeed you could, but that would be a murder. Now tell me this, are ye a murderer? Because ye don't strike me as one. I get the impression you have this conversation often. Ye will be able to keep in your conscience that you killed a defenseless little elf in cold blood. I'm an adventurer, I kill things all the time. That may be so, but ye wouldn't kill a little elf. I might, but ye would kill this one. Alright, you win. That's good, eh? But if it turned out to be some sort of forge monster in disguise, you could bet my sword is coming down on ye. Did I just say on ye? That you did, lad. That you did. Contagious this accent be. I know, right? I have to put it on. I bet the weather on the ground sucks. Well, actually, it's quite temperate. There's cool, and you don't have to worry about fluctuations. Oh? Yeah. No need to worry about heat stroke or torrential rain. It all just kind of evens out. Is that so? Indeed. I personally quite like it. Underground, eh? Might have to give that a try sometime. Hey. Yes? I'm taller than you. So is everyone else. Yeah. Touche. I am young and full of energetic vigor. Can you work a forge? No, I don't want to do that. It brings me unabated happiness. Alright then. I am a master of the martial ways. Sounds like you are a customer for me. Yeah. Alright. Good talk. Shit yourself. I mean, that sound like shit yourself.
Oh, I was cracking up the whole time. Oh my god.
The good old Act 2 Longhouse X PNG. I could probably light this up if I had some good way and start a fire. With the combined power of these matches and chunks of table, I command the powers of flame. Badgersaw excitedly throws a match in the pile of decimated table parts. The flame roars and fills the room with its inviting glow. Score! Now that the hearth is lit, I can make use of its eternal flame. Jelly babies. I've tried roasted jelly babies before, and you have to trust me when I say it's just not worth it. Did you actually write that from experience or just on a whim?
No, just on a whim.
Because I imagine the moment you put jelly babies over fire, they're just gonna melt and gonna have mush.
Yeah. Not quite marshmallow.
Badgersaw grabs the catch and places its edge against the licking flames of the hearth. I'm about to upgrade this sharp boy to mighty flame axe. As Badgersaw removes the axe from the blade, the blade cools almost immediately.
From the flame,
Yeah, flame. Well, that was lame. Obtained a normal non-flaming axe. It was worth a try. Anyway, we have like 2 things I can think of that we can do now. So I'm gonna go back to it was here, I believe, where we had the sofa. Was it the other one? No, it was the other one. You know, this theme that's currently playing in the Hamlet. Are you aware of Pilot Red Sun?
No, what's that?
So he's a creator famous for making these MS Paint like esque YouTube cartoons with a very surreal vibe. His most infamous one being Garfield. I suggest you looking him up, but he also makes his own music, and it sounds a lot like this.
Oh, really?
So if you're looking for potential inspiration, future soundscapes in your OSD, that might just be it.
Oh, yeah?
I definitely feel like that kind of cookie digital music would fit Badgersaw quite well.
Yeah, I've found his channel right now.
Hey, I found this. Would you might like it? Badgersaw scruffles around in his pocket and reveals the horse figurine he picked up some rooms ago. Speaking of music, do you have some inspirations when composing your own songs? Like, do you recall particular, say, soundtracks or artists that influenced you in that sense?
A long time ago, a Buckethead and Bootsy Collins.
Ooh, Phil Collins?
Yeah. So Bootsy Collins is like a funk bassist.
Oh, I
He's
thought you
still
said Phil
active.
Collins, the former singer of
Bootsy
Genesis.
Collins. No, not Bill Collins. Bootsy Collins. He's a funk bassist. He's actually, if you have me on Steam, my Steam profile picture is Bootsy Collins.
Ah,
I haven't changed it for like 15 years or whatever. They're probably my biggest musical inspirations. But when I actually sit down and write music, I tend to like I kind of know what I want it to sound like from imagining the game. Like I know what this boss, I know what I know what the boss theme sounds like. I know what this, and then it's just a matter of getting that sound onto paper. You know. So
I know it's hard
like
envisioning this process, especially
it is
since we're
hard,
talking about music, but so if you look at a certain, say, design, like, let's say the spider boss from part 1,
yeah.
do you have like a particular tune that's already starting to play in your mind?
Yeah.
And then you just try to like put it on
Get it
a
on
digital
paper,
soundscape.
and some of it gets written while you're writing, because as you make the music, you think of, oh, and then if it did this, oh, and then if it did that, Oh, and the song goes over. There's also something to say about like choosing chords. You'll write good music if you choose your chords in advance. Generally, if you choose a good set of 4 or 5 chords, what you make it will just sound pretty good. Um, and so sometimes when I'm struggling with a song, I take a couple steps back, and I just think like, what can we separate this song into chords? And if we did, what would they be? But I don't
Right.
always do that. Sometimes I start with a bass line, which is quite fun. Obviously, I said Bootsy Collins is a bassist. I said a funk bassist. So obviously, I've got that kind of inspiration that I would start there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I start with drums if it's like quite a funky kind of song. I would start with drums. But you know, like you're gonna finish if you finish this today or not. The boss theme, the last boss theme from this chapter, I just tried to write something as weird as possible, basically. So I chose a weird time signature and I chose a weird key that you would never. Well, saying you would never is wrong, but it's something that you don't hear very often. And I just tried to work with it. It was kind of working against me in a lot of ways. It was quite hard, but yeah, I would. If my job could just be writing music for a video game, I'd really enjoy that. I think I could really get stuck in writing one song for days, and I'd really enjoy the process.
Would you say that it's like your favorite part of the creative process?
A long time ago, when I was 21, that was actually my first foray into the game industry. I was writing music for indie games, um, and the reason it didn't continue was because it was really, really hard to find work.
Hmm.
I don't know if it's true now because indie games are much bigger, but back then, music was something people really didn't want to pay for. You saw like the budget, like I can hire an artist for this much, but music, I'm just going to use stock music. There was a huge sentiment of that at the time. Um, to be honest, it was probably Undertale that actually helped to change that because Undertale's soundtrack was so good that
Yeah, so
maybe people
memorable.
started to realize. Yeah,
Because we're talking
but
about like the lower end of the industry, right? Like smaller projects, not
yeah, we're
big
talking about
studios
smaller
that where they
projects.
have
Yeah,
their own composers. So obviously you can put out bangers of masterpieces like Atlas does with their
yeah, exactly.
Megaton series.
Yeah, exactly. So I spoke to other musicians, found other musicians, and it was all like the same story as like finding your first couple clients really hard. Um, but I think as an artist, it's probably a lot easier. Still today, I think.
Probably. I mean, if you have a unique art style, you can definitely go far
Well,
pitching
there's a
it to
lot of
social
jobs
media.
that people don't. There's a lot of jobs that people just don't think about. Like for example, like skill icons. Like when you play like League of Legends or something, and there's like the skill icons. Like somebody drew those icons and like weapons, you know, like in inventory screens and stuff. There's lots of little jobs you can get as an artist, and but musician and sound design are sort of kind of separate. You know what I mean? But UI artist, no, UI is too much. But like iconographer or something like that, like start doing abstract synth for status effects and things like that, and kind of background artist, character artist. So you can flow from one to the other if you have the skill set. You know what I mean? So it's easier to generally stay afloat, I think. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you'd think that you would go within the same ballpark, but there's a different flow to making a music piece where it's supposed to be like one whole bit going through different
Yeah.
pitches, harmonics, as opposed to just coming with one sound effect.
Yeah, like I've watched like you know Mark of the Ninja, people know this. Mark of the Ninja has excellent dev commentary. If you just play the game with the dev commentary on, it's really good. And actually I think it's written in the game. It's not actually audio, but anyway, there's dev commentary in the game and it's really, really good. and the sound designers were doing things like they were getting gym bags filled with like chains and like not filled but with chains tied to them and stuff, and like walking in hallways and like banging the gym bags on the floor to get the sound of the guards' footsteps as they clank around in the sci-fi kind of setting. And like you don't obviously, I think the people who do that probably do have a background in music, but you don't need to have a background in music to actually do that job, if that makes sense. And just
Yeah.
because you do have a background in music doesn't mean you're gonna think about sound in that way. So they're kind of separate, if that makes sense.
One of my favorite stories related to sound design that I like to bring up was when it was the Halo devs that had this clip floating about how the way they recorded the sound effects for the grunts, the low-ranking alien soldiers, was they would just stuck a microphone to next to a pug, who'd make these weird sounds.
I didn't know that.
So
That
when,
makes
when you
sense.
think about it, that dog was basically cast as a voice actor.
Yeah, and there's a level of like creativity and kind of maverick, is that even a word? Maverickness to
If
it
it isn't,
that
you just made up a new term.
yeah, maverickness to it that is like it you just have to generally be creative. You don't necessarily have to be a musician um to do that job, you know?
Do you think
But again, I
about
think that like with
pursuing that line of work every now and then?
well, I think sound design is really cool. Although, like one thing where people get really passionate is like gunshots. Like when guns have good reloading sounds and when they have good shooting sounds and stuff, people get, you know, uh, people get really excited over that. And as someone who has never shot a gun, it's kind of intimidating. You know, not every game is going to have guns in it, but I feel like when I pursue things, I like mastery. You know, I like to think, well, what's the best that I can do, um, or what's the best that I can work towards. And so when I did think about sound design as something I'd like to go into, I just thought about how I would never make a beautiful gun sound, and I gave that up quite quickly.
Well, procuring genuine sound effects of that sort is definitely easier in countries like the US, where you can just go to a gun range.
But it's also like knowing what a good like if you've shot a lot of different guns, you'd have that life experience that will tell you that this gun feels really good to shoot, and then you'd be able to bring that forward into your dev work.
True. Or you could just
It's
make up
like
sounds of the spot, just I don't know, clank some trash cans together and distort the audio.
yeah, yeah, no, you could, and for like Badgersaw, I've done things like that when, in chapter one it wasn't there, but in chapter two's release, that all of the weapons are going to have sound effects when you. Before there was just a basic sound that played for everything, but I've actually been doing some stuff. So I have been dipping into that actually. It is quite fun. Metal Gear Solid, Fear and Hunger. These games have got really good sound design. One thing that really stands out to me is like menu screens. Like when you press the set, I don't remember what button is, but when you open the menu in Metal Gear Solid, every Metal Gear Solid game has the same sound design. It's got the same beeping sounds that play when you press, but you feel like this overwhelming sense of familiarity when you hear the sound. That's a really powerful sound design.
That's it's part of the Kojima magic, my friend.
Yeah, it's very, very important. It's one of these like overlooked things about game dev that's actually like really leaves an impression on people, but they don't actually think about it, you know?
Some of it's just small things that contribute to the whole.
Yeah, yeah, exactly that.
Have you actually had people reach out to you with intent on helping out with the project?
Not with Badgersaw. I've had people reach out saying, let's make a game together. And um, I've got a friend who we were making a game together until he lost his job and he got another job. And his other job is he's very, very satisfied in his other job, but he's basically got a large amount of responsibility now, so he's not been able to kind of we haven't been able to like move on with the project, although it's still kind of on the books. We're still talking about it.
Ah, is it
And
something you could potentially give us some information about, or would that be
um,
spilling the
it's too
beans?
early stages to really say anything, and it's all his idea as well. So I think it's better coming from his mouth than my mouth. I'm just
Right,
doing the programming and helping him
got
out with
it.
the. And right now he's basically directing game dev, so he doesn't need it. But when we started, I think I had a bit more business experience than him, so he was asking me a lot of questions like, how would you approach this? How do we approach that? But like, um, yeah, it's there's almost nothing there to show at the moment. It's quite a cool little concept though that he's got, but it's kind of hard to explain. It's very like almost like what's that game? Cruelty Squad level of weird. It's not
Oh,
like
jeez.
Cruelty Squad at all, but it's like that level of weird. You know, where you're like, what the hell am I looking at?
Um,
Sort of thing. So it's
well, going full circle to what Golden talked about earlier, would you say that's going to be an
yeah.
example of a post-ironic development?
Um. Oh man, I think that like post ironic. Yeah, kind. I mean, I think it's postmodern. He's really into that kind of thing. So it's like quite, but it's like postmodern, post 21st century postmodern. Like it's weird, you know. Um, but it could bundle with Cruelty Squad. It could be in a Steam bundle. You know,
Really?
buy these games together. Yeah, it's that level. Like I'm sure if the creator of Cruelty Squad met my friend, they'd get along. I don't know who he is, by the way. I have no idea who the creator of Cruelty Squad is, but just looking at the game,
Um, I
you met
believe
my friend.
he's Finnish, and as we know, Finnish people are weird with the
Yeah,
games
man.
they
You
put
know, I
out.
found a job. I really like Age of Wonders, which is Paradox Interactive, and I was actually looking at jobs just out of interest in the game industry, and Paradox Interactive were hiring in Finland. And I was talking to my wife, and I was like, "Would you move to Finland?" And I was like, "So many good games are coming out of Finland. I'd like to move there." Um, in the discords I'm in, there's quite a few other British game devs, but I never see British game devs nowadays making stuff like. Well, that's not true actually. There was that game. What's that game? That game where you got to solve the crime. That's a weird game. What was it called?
That's a rather broad statement.
Yeah, that is broad, isn't it? Um, what is it called? What is it called? Got it on Steam.
Is it a recent release?
It's like 4 or 5 years old, I think, maybe more. Um, but it's a weird game. Like um, it was funded by like some British funding thing.
Hmm.
I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, if you do, that might give me an idea whether I'm familiar with it or not. Ooh, now that I've given heard of horse figure, there's a lot of exposition that I unlocked.
After you gave her the horse figure.
Yeah, we do end up learning about important lore. I take it you're excited about the prospect of working on a joint project after all this work alone that you did on Badgersaw and
Yeah,
your own
one
games.
of the things is that like it's very slow working on your own. You don't get a lot done like quickly. And like for example, I spend about 3 to 4 months just doing art. Well, I'm literally doing no programming. I'm just drawing. And I just think if somebody was programming whilst I was drawing, like the game would be done twice as fast. So it's just like so you just see, and also you have somebody else to talk to about ideas. Generally, you generate better ideas if you talk about them, you know, and also someone to just keep you. like you're in this together now. You're not alone anymore, so your motivation goes up quite a lot. So I would really like it. But what I'm planning on doing is after I finish chapter 2, I'm going to start doing some game jams, and I'm going to start joining teams to try and find people that I kind of vibe with. See if there's anybody who's in a similar life situation where they're able
Uh,
to work like full time
Potentially
on
gauge
games and see if we
interest
can.
with someone who might want to give you a hand on your projects.
Yeah, exactly. Like the guys who made Darkest Dungeon, there's 2 of them in it, and I forgot. I was watching the interviews and that they were talking about how they met, and they said it's like dating basically. Like they meet each other and they're like, yeah, so I'm into this. Oh yeah, man, I'm into that as well. Like, and then, well, I'm willing to go all in on this. So yeah, I've always wanted to do that, and then they're making that Darkest Dungeon or something like. These sort of like it's like a band, you just think about like how the Beatles met or something like that, how Led Zeppelin
Yeah.
met or stuff like this. And I mean, Led Zeppelin met via interviews, so they were a bad example, but but like, um, these kind of chance encounters.
Or at least they have a
Sometimes it is just
at least they have a good dynamic going with each other, as opposed to
yeah,
Oasis, the band. If we're
yeah,
making
yeah, exactly,
those kind of
yeah.
comparisons. Yeah, but still, I think you've with all what we've gone through so far, you've accomplished really a lot at this point by just being able to put the first chapter out. Because I can't help but admire soul death projects. Like one of my favorite go-tos in that sense is Mason Lindroth, the
Oh yeah,
mastermind behind Hylex. He is
oh
even
yeah, yeah.
crazier in that sense because he went along with claymation, which is a whole different ballpark when it comes to
Yeah, Chromation is cool,
effort.
man.
It
I think
is.
about it sometimes. I used to use clay when I was younger, and I don't have tons of clay, but it's so much fun.
It is, and it makes for such a amazing and memorable art style. It does
It really does.
exponentially just expand the effort you have to put up into it because you have to model all set pieces, characters, then use stop motion to capture single frame animations. So it is a challenge, but
I
once it all comes
I
together,
think
it's just.
you need more space. Like you need a proper studio. But I think that there's an argument that it could be faster than hand drawn animation.
Mm-hmm. I guess it depends
It depends on
on.
your style.
Yeah.
It depends on how detailed you make everything. But
It's certainly an alternative to someone who's not like good at traditional drawing.
I found the British game. It's called Paradise Killer.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure this is British. Pretty sure it is.
Oh my god, dude.
What happens?
I have some history with Paradise Killer.
You have what? Paradise Killer?
I have history with that game.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's how do I put it? It's probably one of my worst streaming experiences.
Oh, really?
Because it draws you in with the promise of a cool murder mystery with a vaporwave aesthetic, and I am really big into that. But it has some of the most insufferable tumblecore writing and character designs I have seen in my life. I was not a
Oh, you didn't
fan.
like him?
No.
I only played the beginning, unfortunately. I was really busy when I bought it. So I only got to, and there's a lot of info dumping. So if you're like
Yes,
I was working like 10, 11-hour shifts and then coming home from work and then being info dumped, it's like, oh, I'm just going to play something else.
it
So
absolutely is, but I can
uh,
guarantee to it, two-thirds of it is word soup.
2/3 of it was it.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's there
But
for the sake of
I'm pretty
making
sure
it
this
look
game,
deep than it actually is.
I see.
I'm
I'm
not one
pretty
to.
sure this game is British.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to easily spread negativity. I even when it comes to games, I don't necessarily end up liking. Try to find like the positives, and then just give a honest review. But in Paradise Killer's case, it's just legitimately one of the more disappointing games I've streamed on this channel, and there's not a whole lot good I can say in regards to it.
They were published by someone who liked Badgersaw, actually. This company, Fellow Traveler, I pitched Badgersaw to. They said that they loved it, but they're too busy.
Well, I'll tell you this: don't show them the VOD.
Yeah, yeah, they are British. Yeah.
I might explain some things about Paradise Killer.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say was I find that Britain doesn't really make kind of games like that kind because Paradise Killer, like it or don't like it, it does stand out. It's very unique. The
I
aesthetics,
do agree.
like the idea, all of this is very unique.
Yeah.
And when you look at the history of British games, or you look at Dungeon Keeper, Fable, like XCOM, you get these really unique and kind of like simulation style rather than like instead of having like the set objective like Doom or something where you're in a level and you kill a bunch of things, there's kind of like this sandboxy kind of feel to it that like XCOM. The first XCOM feels like you're managing a business more so than playing a game at times, and like yeah, Dungeon Keeper has a kind of vibe like that as well, and of course that Fable. And nowadays we don't really see that many British like standout British games as we used to, and I think it's quite a shame, you know.
Yeah, but on the other hand, have you considered the fact that you just brought up a bunch of good games?
Yeah, well, yeah, it
So,
was like the 90s were like that, weren't they? Is that when they came out in the 90s? Am I just being a tourist now?
90s
But
and
that
2000s, if we're going
early 2000s,
Peter
it was like
Molyneux.
that. It was like really booming. Like all these crazy creative ideas were just
Yeah, I mean,
coming out there one after another.
Peter Molyneux
I,
and
I look back
Lionhead in
on
particular
Peter
were
Molyneux's lives,
going in
like
through the 2000s still because he had Fable. Black and White was just an extension of his God Sim format.
it's literally so crazy that era. And then nowadays we're not really seeing England. There are a lot of British devs because I do talk to them. I think that there was. I don't know this guy, but there was Tower. I've got his game actually. I haven't played it yet though. Tower, something about Tower. Um, begins with H. Heretics Fork. That's it. Heretics Fork. That's the British guy. Um, they do exist, but these sorts of like really out there games you don't really see anymore. I think some of it's to do with the economy, like the rising cost of living, and people so can't really afford to experiment as much as they did. Take massive risks like that. Obviously, especially with games now, people want to make stuff that they know is going to be they're going to be riding some sort of trend or something that's popular, so that they can make a lot of money because it's very very risky. So you want to take these things. So I think that's part of the reason why. But I would like to see more of that from the UK, like we had before. If the stars could align and bring that again. And the reason why I say that is because I'm making this game, and that's kind of what I, in part, want to do with my games as well.
Well, my man, you could be on the forefront of the new wave of British indie game revival.
Put England back on the map. So it's like England is like lolcow right now. Like Every time you see England on the news, it's bad news.
Oh, they kind of brought it on themselves.
They did.
As the correct combination locks in, the hidden compartment flips open with a click. Yes, treasure. Inside the compartment is a delicate, heavily decorated key. Ooh, I wonder what this opens. Looks like it must have belongs to someone really special. Bedroom key.
So, okay, I got a spelling mistake.
Right, I gotta look for the corresponding door. We did end up talking about a lot in person about Julian Polyp in particular because of Phoenix Point that you brought into my attention.
I Julian got it. Yeah.
It's very heartwarming to know that if you're an XCOM fan, you not only get a reimagining of the original series by I think it's Paradox that publishes, right?
It's Fire Axis.
Fire Axis.
Yeah.
And Julian Polyp did his own thing with Phoenix Point, which I wasn't aware of.
Yeah, he's like if you're a real big XCOM, he's one of the few game devs who's like, I wouldn't say few, but there's like people like Peter Molyneux, there's Hideo Kojima and stuff where you know them by name. So Julian Goddard is like, if you're really into XCOM, you know him by name, you know, which is quite cool.
It really is. Something I completely blanked out on, but he was actually involved in the creation of one of my favorite, more obscure titles, Magic and
Oh, yeah.
Mayhem, which also uses claymation.
Got a remake. Oh, was it claymation? I didn't know that.
Yes, especially for the cutscenes and character models. They used claymation. It's a really cool, unique game with a particular magic system where you have free alignments that you use to craft different spells depending on which side you use for your reagents. So basically, you have to pick and choose what kind of spell list you want to carry with you into locations.
Yeah. Okay.
I do wish that received some kind of release on GOG because right now it's unfortunately abandonware.
Oh, really? There was a spiritual sequel to it. Like a modern spiritual sequel.
It did get a sequel at some point. Never really peeped it on my own.
Well, it was published by Games Workshop. Not.
I like how we just
At least
went
we have
into...
Warhammer holding the British flag up to the world, eh?
I mean, yeah, Warhammer is a very good spot right now when it comes to video games because, what, you have all the strategy games dating back to the 90s and the banner held high by the Total War series. Then you had the two Space Marine games, Warhammer 40k Darktide, and Vermintide as well, if we're going for the Left 4 Dead co-op format. And for us turn-based RPG fans, Rogue Trader.
Yeah, they're really pumping out a lot of games.
Oh, and my favorite, I would say, out of the games I got to try, Bolt Gun.
Oh, yeah, I haven't played that yet.
I recommend it if you're into first-person shooters. It's pretty much Doom 2015 with a 40k coat of paint on it. It really feels really satisfying.
Oh, yeah.
Go tell the green woman she'd appreciate it. Will do. It's a map of the known world. I want part of it anyway. It's weird. Maps of the continent don't usually extend that far west. Where are these guys from anyway? It's one of those monolithic text storage devices. Sort of like a book, but I guess those never come with this crowd. It's one way to describe a pewter. That being said, you know, this bathroom didn't need that much definition. I'm starting to see a trend here, with you going out of your way to draw toilets in various angles.
Like it's just how would you describe this? Like the fact that I put the effort in is the joke.
Truly, this is the skibbity toilet of a new era.
Like I'm glad that it's like it's been recognized. Like there's a trend in media that they don't show toilets, like because it's not plot relevant. You know what I mean? So I just thought I would show as many toilets as possible to make the private domicile fantasy as vivid as possible.
I'm glad we're filling up our quota of good eating toilets.
Yeah, this is this is like the you know, no one can afford a house kind of meta humor.
Oh, sweet key. Alright, well. I got what I wanted out of here, I reckon. Oh, this is a good point as any to save our progress. Let's look for more locked doors. I think I could go to Tantalum and Mysterious Bump. Oh, it certainly wasn't there before. On first inspection, this bump doesn't look like an ordinary bump at all. It's got a kind of organic look to it, as if something is binding all the planks together to form one unholy mass of... What the hell? Oh shit. Well, that was some good frame-by-frame animation. At last. One could sense my presence. That's a different form of presence, I'll have you know. One could sense your... What the hell are you? The details of my current form are insignificant. For you must help me. Help you? Why should I do that? Because only you can... Only you can see me. Damn, what is this? Some sort of curse? Please, I beseech you. You know what this face reminds me of? Xavier, Renegade Angel. Yeah.
I don't know that.
You should look it up. Xavier is one of the animated shows of all time.
One of the animated shows. What the hell is this?
Yes.
Oh, I know this. So you guys showed me this. Yeah, you guys showed me this.
We meme it for a reason.
It does look a bit like that.
I think you might be even older than Mr. L. I'm as old as time immemorial. Time immemorial.
I forgot that I wrote that. I started laughing. You might be older than Mr. L.
I think that's almost as old as the old man. Free spirits. Free spirits. There are three of us on this adventure. You must banish the free spirits and send them back to whence they came. Whoa, ominous. This isn't a suicide pact, is it? Dispel them with your adventurous sword. Restore the rightful order they have displaced. I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill my friends myself. You must understand. These spirits, they are Urbaldorf. Urbaldorf? They... The free. They are... Wait. They're talking about the free women who have trapped us here. The candles. No, there weren't any candles. The candles that cradle my face. The first will light when 2 of the 3 have been slain, so I do have to kill my friends before will see this work. No, the spirits, you'll... no. You will know. Well, I don't know right now, so I guess I can safely ignore this quest. Please, if you consider yourself a real adventurer, return here when the deed is done. Now that's an offer I can't refuse. Yes, so please. Alright, I'll consider it. I am depending on you. Yeah, whatever. In the meantime, let's take advantage of the rare chance to talk to a literal face in the wall. Yes, so anyway. What in the infinite layers of hell are you? The layers of hell. There are many, but with number. Whatever, that wasn't my question. Answer my question. Time has passed. So much time. But I do not feel it. I am forevermore. Always and now. Ugh, a philosopher, Gross. What are you doing here? I wait. You wait? Wait for what? For one such as you to come. Well, this must be your lucky day. Indeed. In lifetime, luck will surely shine. You got that right. What did you want me to do again? Extinguish those spirits who do not belong. Who don't belong. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah. So do you like eat to live? I acquire no sustenance, for I... The face sputters bile all across the wall in Badgersaw. You gross. For a time married to its passage. Whatever. How come I haven't noticed you before? To those who have not passed through the boundary, many things remain unseen, unknowable. Pass through the boundary? What boundary? Yours is not mine to judge. What's that supposed to mean? Yours are eyes I have seen. What would happen if I slapped you? Would you do anything about it? Such dainty tribulation. Cruelty is inherent in the membrane. Cruelty, probably?
Cruelty.
Ha, yeah. You would probably bite my fingers off. I have legs that can walk around and go places. Infinity is ever here, ever present. There are no bounds. We are all in eternal communion. I didn't seem to phase it much. Yeah, I can use my legs to walk around that eternal communion. With time, all is seen. Hell yeah. I walk around with a smile on my face and no chip on my shoulder. Positivity leads to the unknown. That's one way to put it. I look like you wanna look. I fight like you wanna fight. I'm smart, capable, most importantly, I'm free in all the ways that you are not. I feel I've heard those words before. Yeah, but everyone says them to you, head in the wall loser. You are ugly and decrepit. Eons have passed, in but a single moment. Yeah, whatever. I like this dynamic the most when people just don't give a shit. They're like, yeah, whatever, man. You do your thing. Adventure is a way of life. It is such. Until the end does draw close. At that time, what shall you do to prolong the romance? The romance? Beware the Badgersaw. In time, I will see that name travel beyond fear. Wow, ominous. Alright, enough of this. Back to more important things. You're just there now, forevermore. It's a Al looks down at Badgersaw's trouser pockets. The seams of the pockets look like they're about to burst with the myriad of items he's stuffed in there. Looks like you've amassed quite a collection. Yeah, just call me Badgersaw deep pockets. And honestly, I never took you for the type. We only need items to solve puzzles after all. Puzzles? Yeah, puzzles, not the least of which is getting us out of here. Take your point, Badgersaw. I'll go back to Tantalum. Because I can probably feed him tea now.
That scene was actually untested. I forgot it was in the game.
Oh, is the
Little
remark
detail.
that you hoard a lot of items?
Yeah, it triggers if you have a certain amount of items in your inventory and you walk in there.
Nerd. Here's Badger. There's a better so I can see very well in this dark room. Nothing, never mind. Let's see. I don't remember I have another key. So just do the point and click special of walking around until I find the correct place to be in. Why am I doing this again? As Badgersaw ponders the use of his time, the seat his tea set becomes clean before his eyes, or the tea set, whatever you wanted to
His
put there.
his
That fried my brain for a moment.
Yeah.
Ooh, another idea just came to fruition. Say, would you like some tea, ma'am? Or we could talk about the computer. You know, you were looking for evidence, right? Was it to you? That room over there, is that your boss's room by any chance? What are you talking about? Well, this is your boss's office, so I'm guessing the bedroom over there is also. Well, anyway, she has one of those big brick boxes which store text and stuff, and so maybe you won't know. Maybe it's got what you're searching for in it. The woman in green immediately darts out of the room. That was easy. But then maybe I could swap the pen. That's probably one something to update once he leaves the room, because that dialogue option is still
Yeah, that's a
here.
good idea, actually.
Well, it's funny. Like,
Oh, really?
that doesn't make much sense.
Oh, right.
The woman in green is sitting squarely, glued to the glowing screen. Hey, the woman in green doesn't respond, her gaze unflinching, mere inches from the glowing screen. Hello? What? Not now, I'm busy. Would you like some tea? Badgersaw gestures to the tea set he has been lugging around. Oh, that will be quite fine. What teas have you brought? There's a place's inventory of tea bags across the table. I think I'll have this one. Right then. So where's the hot water? After brief explanations emerging about, Badgersaw returns with a pot full of tea. You are? Badgersaw attentively pours the tea into the cups. Ooh, this is lovely. Glad you like it. Hurrah! So that's a good thing. Who are you again? Who am I? Told you I'm Cassandra. Shouldn't her name display in the dialogue since we know it?
Yeah. I don't know why it's not changing. It's a bit odd.
Probably one of those pesky bugs that you have to swab. Man, if anything, I'm providing you with some really good feedback tonight because we did stumble upon
Yeah.
some creases to
I
smoothing
have
out.
no idea why that's happening actually. Why her name isn't updating? Because once it updates once, it shouldn't go back to being like this. Um,
No, not to come out as
Talking to
condescending
her,
or
the
anything,
first thing you
but
did.
you'll probably have to do a little more investigative work before this is ready for its shipping.
Yeah, like 'cause the first thing that you did was talk to her and find out her name, and then you saved. So reloading your save shouldn't have affected it in theory.
And yet, here we are.
Yeah.
This is definitely more bugs than we found during part one's live review.
Yeah, because this one is more open-ended, it's harder for me to test. So actually having somebody who has never played it before play it is actually a lot more helpful than it was in the first one, if that makes sense.
We also have a lot more banter going around as opposed to part one. In fact,
Yeah, there's
up
a lot
until
of
this point,
dialogue.
we only had one optional battle, and that's it. It's all been, dialogue and exposition.
Yeah, it makes me quite happy that my writing can carry the game without any gameplay.
Oh, this is potentially a minor thing, but if you look at the way she's sitting in front of the computer, it kind of looks like her
I've already noted that.
fan
The
is,
computer is,
phasing. They become
yeah,
one entity.
I've put that in the memo already. Yeah.
Our noble benefactor. So you got your hands full with one curious case. Yeah, sure, no. I guess this will progress things further. Is um is Act Two where you decide to flesh out the story and the setting more, or did you just already have like a draft of how you want the things to play out? But because of the way
I had a draft.
because of the way this is
Like pretty
structured,
much the entire
yeah.
game has a structure, yeah. Um, I wanted number chapter one to introduce you to this, like, okay, so you start in a fantasy world and then you find out that there's some sort of extra fantasy, extra, it's some sort of extra fantasy mischief going on, right? When you find the lab and there's some side quests that I think you actually haven't done because the chapter one actually has two routes. So there's actually two different
Ah,
ways you can end it. So you would
okay.
have had to have beaten it twice to see both of them. Um, and then chapter two was going to give you a little bit more like context of the kind of wider world. And then chapter three was going to um, give you a greater context of what was going on in chapter one. Then chapter four was going to kind of tie everything together, and then chapter five was going to make you go, "What the fuck?"
Just throw it all
That
in the
was a
trash.
yeah, yeah. That was the general.
Um,
That was the general.
Actually, this leads me to an interesting point. Since you already have chapter one of the way and pretty much about to wrap up 2, how much of what you had in mind for the game thus far actually made it in, and how much did you have to change along the way?
That's a good question.
Because, like,
So
say it didn't meet up your expectations, or it just didn't work the way you planned it initially.
one sec, I've got to write a memo for this one.
Yeah, have a think about it, because I know it's a loaded question, but it is. I do like asking about these kind of things, especially in the context of games that already have like a legacy. But sometimes you'll come across, like, say, early builds of games where
Yeah.
things have a
So
rougher look to it, but then you find out, oh, there's content here that was cut from the final version.
so far, nothing's really been cut. I think I told you about Mr. L's personality being changed.
Yes.
Badgersaw was also a lot less likable in the first draft of the script. I had early playtesters tell me that they didn't really like him. He was just meaner and nastier and a little bit more unhinged. So I wrote him to be a bit more noble and a bit more like I get like kind of like having a bit of an ethic. Um, and there was something that got cut. Yeah, there was going to be a scene in chapter 1 where the Hydra eats you, and you actually have to be inside the Hydra and have like a puzzle to get out of it.
Oh. So
That got cut. The reason, yeah,
what's the reason why you
the
decided
reason
to
that
remove
got
it?
yeah, the reason got cut for two. First of all, the Hydra was going to destroy the lab, but I decided later I wanted you to return to the lab to finish the quest. Um, so that was the first, and the second one was the kind of pacing of beating the Hydra, going to the lab, reading all the text, and then getting swallowed by the Hydra again. I realized that at that point in the game, players are really, really going to want to save. And there's actually a buffer in the game that after you kill the Hydra, the random encounter rolls will not roll until you're at the area where you could choose to save. So if you remember, the map has a central area, and then you go left, right, or up, right? Until you hit that center bit, which lets you go back to the camp, the random encounter rolls won't roll. So if you beat the Hydra and then you want to save immediately after you beat it, you've got 100% guaranteed save there, right? Because it's such a hard boss. And also, the lab gives you the sandwiches. So even if you use all
Right.
your saves, you have a guaranteed save after you beat the Hydra. And I realized that actually going into the lab, then getting swallowed by the Hydra and having to cut your way out or solve a puzzle to get your way out was actually just I didn't play test it. It was my gut. Was too stressful for the player. They need a bit of relief. Otherwise, the game's not going to feel good. So I cut it for that reason.
Okay. But was the whole process with the Hydra swallowing you just a random thing that would happen in battle, or scripted?
No, it was scripted. When you left the lab for the first time, it was going to get back up again and swallow you. And there was going to be a CG with the three of them inside the Hydra being like, what do we do now? It's quite funny. I did kind of, I actually forgot about it. Like, it got cut so early into me making it that I actually forgot about it for a whole year. I was just like taking a walk and I remembered it and I was like, damn, man, I didn't put that in the game. And then I thought about, oh, wait, there was reasons why I didn't put it in the game.
Well, I mean, it's not too
Um,
late to do Darkest Dungeons and just patch it in for no
I mean,
reason.
I'm considering having them get eaten somewhere else to make up for it not being in the game, but I'm not sure.
You've got 3 whole chapters ahead of you. That's plenty of opportunities to write in
Yeah,
vor.
hopefully I do anyway. If
Oh,
Act 2
so I
pushes the
just
sales a
realized that
little
if I
bit,
press a right click, I can get rid of the UI and.
yeah, all the context images disappear. Yeah,
Huh. I guess that's if I just want to admire the artwork.
it's not in this version of the game, but if you right click on the all the way with the mysterious face, there's a little bit of an Easter egg.
Oh, in that case, I definitely have to go back there.
Oh, but it's not in this version of the game. You won't
Ah.
see it. But there will be in the finished version. Hopefully, anyway. I was kind of having a problem with it where the Easter egg was showing and then disappearing. So if I can fix that bug, then it will be in there. Otherwise, it's not going to be there.
After all you've been through, do you have like any advice you would like to give to people who would like to pursue game development on their own?
Yeah. The first thing that I would say was one of the reasons Badgersaw didn't sell very well was because it was very hard for me to communicate the game, and um, because it's an RPG, it was banking on the trailer and the like press kit and that sort of promotional material. So I've got three things. First of all, is if you're making an RPG, make your combat system more flashy than it needs to be, because that's where you're going to get the majority of your movement, and that looks good at the beginning of a trailer. Like Badgersaw's combat system is visually, it looks good as a screenshot, but it doesn't move a lot. So because it doesn't move a lot, it doesn't really make for good like GIF or something like that or video. So that was kind of a weakness of the game. So think about cool movement at the beginning. Just have one bit of cool movement in your game if it's going to be like an RPG or something. Um, like an attack animation or something is going to really carry you, I think. The second thing is because it's an RPG, you can't really get people on early, because I basically couldn't get people on until the demo was finished, because you play it for like 5 minutes and there's nothing to do and then you drop it, right? But if you're making another genre of game, like a roguelite or something, where you can get people in really, really early, helps with community building, something that I learned. So building a community early is really, really important, because there are people who are going to either be customers or they're going to generate customers for you. So if you do what I did and you bank everything on your promotional materials and press kit, you've only got one chance to build that audience. But if you have a modus, and you know, it can be an RPG. I found another dev recently who made an RPG which was like just the dungeon. It was just like one big dungeon, and the selling point was that there's lots of build customization. It was kind of old school, but it was like based off of like Final Fantasy One, you know,
Ooh.
like Final Fantasy One, like, and with something like that, because there's lots of build customization, you can get players in early and they can be having fun testing out the builds and stuff, and you're building community. But I just still didn't really have an opportunity for that because there's 5 skills in chapter 1 and it's very tight. I love tightly designed games. You know, that's why I did it. But in hindsight, it's it's a very it's not that it's a hard sell, but it's very difficult to get momentum early on in the process if you do it like that. I would definitely have done probably better as a game dev if Badgersaw was like my second game or my third game, you know. Um, and I had one more piece of advice, and
Yeah.
that's sometimes you don't want to sell your game on gameplay, you want to sell it on vibe. I don't see this advice being given much, which is why I want to say it. So like, um, a lot of the indie dev advice is like show gameplay first, communicate the mechanics and stuff like that. But and that's right most of the time. And I think most indie games are very mechanical focused. Like for example, like Slay the Spire or something. Like you see the cards and you see the guys on the screen and you know what the game is immediately. Or think of another indie game like Balatro, for example. You actually Balatro is a good example of what I'm trying to say. That the trailers for Balatro was a guy with a pinboard and a bunch of cards. It wasn't even gameplay footage. It was literally like a guy being like, the cards, dude, the cards. And there's a bunch of pins in his pinboard and there's cards everywhere. There was no gameplay footage, but it was just so weird that it immediately hooked your attention. And I feel like that style of marketing is extremely powerful. But in indie dev spaces, people always say no mechanics, no gameplay and stuff. But I feel like a lot of customers, people underestimate how much customers purchase based on the feeling of the product rather than the knowledge of the product, right? And I think Badgersaw is actually a good example. Badgersaw, not as a game, but Badgersaw's marketing campaign, like its YouTube ad campaigns, was a good example of that theory and practice. Does that make sense? If your game is a hard sell, try approaching it not from mechanics but from vibe instead, and see how you do marketing like that. Could be helpful. Yeah, that's my advice.
Yeah. So, if you had an opportunity to get back in time, would you try something else than Badgersaw at first, or would you just make a different approach to it for marketing?
So when I yeah, I've got actually like a couple answers to that. So first of all, is if I had to go back and do the marketing again, I would make the trailer not based on showing them the gameplay or showing them the art, but showing them like the vibe. So what I would do is I would make a bespoke animated trailer that I hand animated, and I'd make it like a YouTube short instead of like
Ah,
a Steam trailer, and I'd just try and capture the game's humor in like 30 seconds. And I'd use that, and then I'd make a separate trailer which showed gameplay for people who wanted to see what the gameplay was like. And that second trailer, I deliberately make it kind of bare bones and just, yeah, this is the kind of game it is. This is what you do. Put some music, you know.
you could
I
have.
think the animated short, this is actually something I am going to do, by the way. It's not something that I would have done it, but I actually going forward am going to do for Badger. So I'm going to make animated trailers to continue to promote the game. So I go to, if I had to go before I made Badgersaw, I would make a similarly tight RPG that had a smaller self-contained story so that I could actually end it at chapter 1. And I'd probably make the game a bit bigger. So Badgersaw's at 7 months. I'd probably make like a 9-month, 10-month development run. And I would just try and make it a really kind of complex, intricate one dungeon, but it's a very, very fulfilling, satisfying one dungeon. And I'd do it like that. It'd still be a hard sell though. But if you really want like real advice, like if you want to make video games, it's kind of a meme, like say don't make an RPG. I don't think that that's necessarily good advice, but if you wanted to make something which had a kind of good kind of chance of taking off, I would make something that was the thing with games like, for example, survivor likes or roguelikes and survival games and stuff like that is they're quite iterative, so they're actually quite fun to make. Like with an RPG, it's a lot of grind. Okay, you write the story in the big picture, and then you write all the dialogue, which is a grind. You draw all the pictures, which is a grind. And the only bit that's really fun is actually programming the combat system and combat and the movement system, for example. These are kind of fun. And writing can be fun, but it's also this like there's 37,000 words in the first chapter of Badgersaw. Like, it's a lot of words. So even though it's fun, it does drag. And there's over 70 pictures in chapter 1 of Badgersaw. I don't know how many there are in chapter 2, but I think there's over 30 backgrounds, including CGs.
Do
So there's,
you keep
there's a
count at
lot of
some
art.
point?
I have a spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet. Yeah. So it's a huge grind, but making like a roguelite, making like a survival game, it's very iterative. So you build a kind of encounter system or something, and then you add some abilities, and then you play the game. You can already play the game, and then you add a bit, add a new ability, add a new enemy, and then you can still play the game. It's basically the same, but now it's new. And so it's actually quite fun because you as a dev get excited to play your own game. That's why I think roguelite. One reason why roguelites are quite popular is like people obviously say like they're trending. Okay, survivor likes are trending as well, and they have a they're easy to make, they're easy to iterate. You get padded playtime because the player's expected to die. There's all of that, but I think it's understated how fun they are to make, especially if you're on your own or you're in a small team. A good example of this is Don't Starve. Don't Starve was a game which was made with no design documentation. It was just the developers messing around and putting things in a little sandbox and be like, lol, and playing like that.
That's actually funny.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah,
didn't
it
know
is,
about
and
it.
that's also the reason why Don't Starve is such a mess. Like you can't play it without a wiki because that's how it was made, basically. But because it's fun to make, it gets made, and also you can bring players in before it's ready, before it's done. Because the fact that it's fun to make also makes it kind of fun to mess about in. So that's something to consider when you're making your first games. Of course, if you want to make RPGs, make RPGs, but you also have to build a community and things like this. You also have to make fans and stuff, and so you may as well have fun with the process. You know what I mean? And this is a good segue for what my next game is going to be,
Ooh.
because I'm actually working on a second game, and that second game is actually in this game. If like maybe on a separate stream because you're already on 3 hours or something, you can try it out or just in your private time anyway. But basically, I've taken the code from Badgersaw and I'm making like a roguelite using the kind of engine. And actually, Shan, um, when we talked during my first for chapter one,
Yep.
you said, "Are you going to add any more characters?" Because this personality-based combat idea is quite fun. You asked me that question. I said I've got no plans to do that. But I did go back and I thought about what you said, and you'll be happy to see that I think there's 7 characters in the build which you've got, the roguelike build that you've got, and there's going to be 14. So
Wow, that is a
I've really
substantial
stretched.
growth.
Yeah, I've really stretched this personality-based combat to It's not even its limit. I had way more ideas for characters. I just can't make them all. And um, I'm having just like everything I said about developing roguelites. I'm having fun playing my own game, even though it's full of glitches and stuff, just bugs everywhere. I'm having fun playing it, and I can only imagine like if you went into it knowing nothing, you must have even more fun, you know. So it's one of the benefits of that kind of genre.
Cube.
But what
Somehow,
what I'm hoping is that go on
yeah.
towards something. I'm not.
Sorry, I just realized that somehow I missed that garden part all this time.
Yeah, I was watching you not click on the button, feeling a bit frustrated.
Well, that's the beauty of point and clicks, missing the obvious.
Yeah, yeah. I'm quite glad you're on 3 hours, 20 minutes of playtime. It's looking like the entire game is going to be including chapter one, is going to be about 7 to 8 hours, maybe even 9 hour. I mean, that's a lot of RPG.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm taking my time because we're having a little chat, so just
Yeah,
casually approaching. But yeah, I'm actually enjoying the more relaxed focus on this installment because I feel it outweighs the combat heavy pacing of its predecessor, and it's not necessarily a bad thing because I mean, if you're gonna rope people in, obviously you need a little more action because if you just started immediately by hammering down lore and plenty of dialogue, that might dissuade some
yeah,
folks.
and I wanted there to be like so this was designed quite deliberately because if you know what to do in this chapter, you can beat it really fast. But this, because chapter one is so oppressive, I thought the player might want a break. So I gave them this kind of chill chapter two. But if you don't want a break, if you want to just speed on to chapter three because you like enjoy the gameplay loop, you can finish it really fast and just carry on. You know what I mean?
Got
So
it. It's, some this guy. Oh, we can bring him the cube with him, so that doesn't matter. Fair enough. What do I have in my inventory? Ornate key.
Yeah, you can check your inventory and you can think as well. Yeah, there's
Little cube is hiding secrets from me. These are mine. Stop looking at them. They're almost color coded after our 3 party members. Almost.
almost, yeah, no purple one.
Even with all I've done thus far, it still feels like there's plenty left to uncover.
There's quite a bit. I'm watching you play. I'm quite happy with the sense of progression because you've done quite a lot. But like you said, you still feel like there's a lot more to do, which is good for a game with such a small space.
Yeah, because it's like I'm still acquiring items, so it's a question of figuring out what they do and where to apply them. I think I still have a locked door to unlock somewhere.
Have you? I mean, I shouldn't tell you because I'm the developer and you're testing it, so it's better if you figure things out on your own. But it's also 1 a.m. and I think that like it's very easy to miss obvious things when it's 1 a.m.
Yeah, true. Oh, still doesn't want that tea. I remember picking a key from the ensuite bathroom, which I don't think I've used anywhere yet. I have an idea where it might go. No, it's not in the trunk. So wait, did I go to every single door then?
Yeah, but you haven't checked every single like that. You've skipped over maybe because we were talking, but you've skipped over some containers.
Oh. Papers, beanbags, boxes. You mean in some rooms I've already been to?
Yeah, you've missed a container in the kitchen.
Ah, okay. Is it... Well, we only have really 2 kitchen areas, so...
In the other kitchen, yeah. Well, you've got stuff to do in this kitchen too, but the other kitchen is where you missed the container.
Right. Let's, Okay. Drawers. Oven, sink. Oh, wait, Oh, I think it's because I rolled a save, because I did have the can opener.
Did
I
you?
went to check that can, I was like,
Really
wait,
good.
where's the can opener?
There's also a cheeky secret which I don't know if I should keep or not. But if you check the drawer 3 times, you do find a useless item.
An innocuous spoon. An innocuous spoon. It would be even cheekier if you made this the strongest weapon in the game. If you figure out what it is.
I don't know how to feel about this sort of thing because in the game there's separate dialogue if you inspect something twice, right?
Yeah.
So the player wouldn't think to inspect it 3 times.
Alright, this seems like an aggregate used for a can opener. Badgersaw excitedly places the can opener on top of the can and begins to turn the mechanism. Oh, cursed can, what were secrets have you in store for me? What is this? Says the thick pastel yellow substance with the opened can. Custard? Devilly places a finger onto the usual contents. It's hard like some sort of clay. Suddenly, he turns the can upside down and starts shaking. Come on, come on. Little by little, the substance is dislodging from its tinny home. This thing is a perfect fit. Finally, with a surge of impatient strain, the whole cylinder drops out. This thing is heavy. It's already ascended several times. Looks like wax. Imagery embezzled onto the can's tinny surface. Mustache wax? Something's not right here. It's too heavy. Maybe there's something inside. Sounds like a quest. Wax cylinder. Wait, hold on. Should I use the spoon on? I guess I'm cursed now. Solid block of wax, unusually heavy. Wait a minute. Just the wax slowly melts, the residue expanding to fill the width of the pot. Muscular fills the air, gradually growing more intense as the solid wax grows more and more with. Can't say I'm a fan of that smell. Hey, what's this? Inside the bulk of wax is a twisted hunk of metal, ending in a sharp protrusion home to many more sharp protrusions, somewhat resembling the teeth of a key. Looks like a key. Okay. Where does the tea go? Who knows? Dining room, bunks. Okay. Nope. Thanks for the exit then. Okay, it's one down. Two down. Finally. Ah. Well, we got 2 out of 3. Haven't really much accomplished here. These photos. Unless, I don't want to jump into conclusions, but was the obscured one our only, like, point of interest in this chamber?
You can talk to Tantalum.
These images in a particular order.
It's not bad, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Being acquired from the printer.
I've realized maybe I should add the photo to use so that you can access the
Yeah, I
quest
think
from
that's gonna
use
be
to the
more
dialogue. Yeah,
organic rather than triggering the dialogue again.
yeah.
The machine in the room spits them out if you press a button. Wellesley Tentacle begins the first attempt at the chemical bath. Straight to work, I suppose. Then passes. I think I may have succeeded. What, on your first attempt? Yeah, take a look. Tentacle hands over a developed photograph. Looks like that thing we killed in mines. It might be what she looked like before whatever happened to her. Indeed, now that you mention it, her teeth are in her mouth and her nails are not nearly as long. I think I'll take this. Fine by me, I have a bunch more to develop. Developed photo. Looks like the thing we killed only far less scaly. You sure like to play around with the English language, my good sir.
Yeah.
Do you know that I have this photograph? Look at this photograph. Before Badgersaw can finish the sentence, he snatches the photo from his grasp. This is their last moments. How do you know it's their last moments? I've been trying to deny it. That cave we dug isn't very big. There's no way they both went down there, and not one of them made it back up. Something got to them. I know it. Yeah, something. Badgersaw shrivels a little bit, trying his best not to look responsible. I was able to see them before they set up, but looking at this picture, it gives me just a little solace. Well, that picture anyway, it's very realistic. The master, the real master that is, not the leader of this encampment, she created a device which could capture a moment in time as if shuddered from a person's own eyes. She told us to use it often, told us it was important to keep a record of our time on the planet. I see. Um, hmm. His system makes the decision. It's not quite what I expected from this conversation. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's where the dating sim plays part, huh? Because you slowly warm these girls up and unlock progress that way.
I'm glad they landed.
You know what? Actually, that's a clever way of going about the final key because you expect it to be like an actual item you acquire, but no, you gotta do it unconventionally. That's smart. I like it.
Um, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm glad you say that.
Uh,
Um, you got to go into the onsen, hot springs. Sorry.
yeah, but I've played enough video games to know that unexpected things might happen. So,
Oh yeah, yeah, of course, of course.
gonna save us all hell. It did like, oh wait, no. But she was referring to this game for some reason.
Oh, I see.
So these are the legendary hot springs. Just a bowl of hot water. You see this little visual glitch happening?
I don't see it now. Oh yeah, I
The
just
the
saw
the
it.
bottom half of the screen where the dialogue UI obscures. We have
Oh yeah.
something going on with the artwork here. You mean you want me to get naked? Why not? I like that boulder. This is a nice boulder. Well, it looks pleasant and inviting. for those into this sort of thing. Nature, nice theming. I like it. How do you sit here and not get bored? Like somebody left their old clothes here. For either skippers, losers, weepers, spring ski. Weird how they go from fully robed to fully naked with no in between. What? You know what you did. You know what you did. Tantum's telling me he could use some help from a book in order to solve the mystery of those hanging photos. Wonder if I can find one somewhere.
Oh,
I mean, that's
that
already
would
referring
be...
to, yeah. Cute key with a tag. With a click on the free lock swings open. Ha! Take that door. They did it. It's unlocked. Badgersaw triumphantly places his hands on the skips and beams of the excellence of 1,000 suns. I suppose I have it open now. You know, just for the sake of not having to repeat this later. With a moment to ski, Badgersaw hauls open the massive gate. Okay. That's not going to anticipate it. Is this where you run out of budget?
Yeah, it's just where the budget ends.
Sorry, guys, the Kickstarter funds ran out, so we had to take a more minimalist approach.
It's a work in progress patch. And this is what most
Meanwhile,
of the game looks like while I was playtesting it. Like, this is what I playtested.
so much to do, so many priorities. This whole thing is. Hey, wait a minute. What the hell is he doing out here? This place is pretty big. There must be some sort of exit point somewhere. Maybe there's a walking fire or something. Or maybe if I just keep walking upon some sort of designated exit path. Better take care not to be seen. Hey, psst. I think you're hidden this slightly just to get Badgersaw's attention. You there, Purple Man. Over here. What the? Purple Man? Who the hell said that? Quiet, over here. They mustn't see us. Mustn't see us. Alright, I get it. I understand the situation. I'll come over right now. This is insanity. What is he doing? And who are those girls? Could they be? No. No, it couldn't be. Guess I better go investigate. The robed woman leads Badgersaw up into a white structure that looks like a barn. Alright, I'm here. Now what did you want? When a word the robed thing begins disrobing. Is this where I put the R18 tag? I mean, I did label this
I
as
think it'll be alright.
mature content. Whoa. Whoa. Ho, ho. I mean, it's art. It's fine. Stay away from these people. They are the invaders we've been searching for. Is it true? Are you the invaders? We've been discovered. Please, Sir Purple, I implore you to listen to our story. These rope figures are the real fiends, the devil and technology they cannot comprehend. Join us to smite them for their misdoings. Don't listen to their nonsense. You've seen what lies below. You're as much a victim here as the rest of us. I see what lies below, and I'm not necessarily talking about the caverns. Stand by me now and help us drive these critters away from our home. Looks like I'm having to choose between my prison master and a naked circus troupe. Feels like this choice is going to have a major impact on how things go from now on. I had better deliberate and choose carefully. On the one hand, this woman's my captor, On the other hand, these people are naked. Let's make a choice. What should I do? I've already made up my mind. This pause is just for drama. I'm sorry. Don't trust naked people. It's weird. What? You made the right decision now. Have at thee. What is even going on, man? I do have a very powerful ally, though.
You should have eaten some food, I think, before you started this boss fight.
Probably. I mean, also remember that I'm operating on no other skills.
Oh yeah.
Because we have a busted game build. Does this actually matter in the sense of having a temporary party member? Did she go as far as consider the interactions you can have with her on the slap mechanic?
Yeah, I mean, you can try and slap her. I don't think it's finished, actually, the slap thing. I'm not sure what happened if I haven't tested it in a long time.
Here goes nothing.
But if you slap her too much,
Slap
the intended
test.
design is you'll get. If you slap her too much, the intended design is you'll get a game over. Slap test, yeah. Yeah, she kills you if you slap her twice. That's I'm pretty sure everyone who plays this will try that though. Oh look, with like 60% HP to begin with, you actually killed one of them.
Well, I mean, my compadre here is doing a good job of taking the damage. Not anymore, she is. Well, I mean, we got pretty far. All things considered.
Did you almost beat her? If you go heal, you can probably beat her.
Well, I've gone that far. May as well. So it gives us an opportunity to try a new recipe, right?
Yeah.
The counter is already looking awfully intimidating. Okay, not with this setup. Surely there's another meat-based dish I can do. Seems good we can do something with this. Cheesesteak.
With the salt and pepper as well. Okay, never mind.
Oops.
It's alright. It just gives you a buff.
I see. Well, I mean, we can reset. It's fine.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's not necessary for you to win. There's no UI that tells you that you've got it.
Okay, well, I'm just more on the side of yeah,
Caution.
boosting my chances essentially. You know, I didn't even realize this is salt and pepper.
Yeah, it was really, really hard to. Maybe I should redraw it.
Regenerative properties. Hey, that really hit the spot. Alright. Now we have health and a buff. I am quite confident that we can work this out. In case you're wondering, the viewers, no, I'm only gonna go with one decision, because what's the point if I spoil the entire game for you? Haha! That's how I get them into actually playing Badgersaw Part 2. Whoosh. Alright, here we go. When you think about it, this is the intentional challenge run where I do nothing but basic attacks and pray for the best.
Yeah.
You know what would be really funny? If in the final product you didn't even swap out the placeholder and just kept it like this. Actually, that's a potential idea for an enemy type whose entire gimmick is summoning drawings at you, and they just look like this.
That's a good idea, actually.
Like, you know, the whole shtick is that they have like a notebook that they scribble drawings on, and then they come to life or form attacks.
Frankendoodle.
Basically, yeah. Actually, I probably should have chosen the other line of dialogue, because I imagine it leads to the same end regardless.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, more images that have not been located.
Oh, really? That should it's actually the exact same image as before. It's just a spelling mistake.
Let's just pretend they turned off the lights while running away. What the hell have you... Why did you do that? No one does not so much as acknowledge Badgersaw's remarks. Hey, listen to me when I'm talking. He grabs her by the shoulder. Whoa! She darts around and attempts to hurl Badgersaw to the floor. Oh, no you don't. The two does so violently around in the room. Until... you. Badgersaw finds himself knocked upon the ground, a heavy form weighing him down. You. He opens his eyes and comes face to face with the veilless woman on top of him. That's a good expression right there. I cannot brook. What in the rings was that? Sound a bit like Badgersaw. That sound.
Oh, this is too green. This picture.
The boss is in danger. There, the intruders. Dozens of dancers begin flooding from every corner of the village. This doesn't look good. Damn it, where the hell is that Mohat miscreant anyway? No time for that, Mr. They're surrounding us. Damn it if we do. Come on, Tantalum. We gotta fight this through. No, so it's just these two. That certainly puts an interesting shift when you don't have the boss to motivate you. Oh, right. Enough motivation. Loud crash booms from above. What in the... Whoa, incoming! There you are. It's about time you got here. Ugh, I'm not out of my wits. Found a way out of the village. You have? Why didn't you say so? That's what we've been trying to do, Badgersaw. No time to chat, guys. We gotta cut through the score before they overwhelm us. That's right, cut them down events as they fall. No time to lose. What's this status bar down there?
And when you kill one of them, it will move forward.
Oh, so it's a endurance run. The little arrow throw always gets me. Um, After this, how much actually of the game do we have left? How far have I made it in?
This is the last boss.
Oh,
This
right, I see.
encounter, yeah.
Oosh. This is so funny to see. Game over scene pending.
There. If you want, I don't know if you're gonna try it again. If you are, just because it's late, the tactic is that the blue nuns have an area attack and the red nuns don't. So you want to prioritize killing the blue nuns.
Ah, I see. Well, do remember that I'm still playing a scuffed build, so regardless, I'll have to patch the game and
That's
then
true, yeah.
try with my chances right stuff. But yeah, as you pointed out, it's already like almost 4 hours in, so I do think that's a good stopping point. Since what
I
after?
would. I'll say one more thing as well. You've done everything except for one thing. There's one thing that you've missed.
Okay,
So
so
you can figure that out when you
hmm,
next pick it up.
you mean like in this village to explore?
Well, there's two things that you haven't done. But yeah, there's yeah in total there's two things you haven't done, but one of them is quite big.
Ooh,
It has to do with the cube that you've taken in your inventory.
well, I think we're onto something here. Sure, why not? May as well check the shed. Despite the door hanging wide open, the light outdoors seems somewhat hesitant to enter. Right beneath Badgersaw's feet is a rake with the head pointed directly in front of our shrewd protagonist's footing. A second before stepping on the head, Badgersaw jerks his foot out of the way and stumbles into a nearby haystack. Who put that rake there like that? Is this some kind of dumb joke? Oh, wow, wow, wow. Looks like this one missed our trap. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Looks like they did. They did. But he's along the seal of the door. We're free. We're free. Oh, hey, it's the free spirits that Face was telling us about. What the hell?
Oh yeah.
Come on, girls. Let's get out of here. Freedom. Yippee! Let's go wreck happy havoc. Wait for me, wait for me. I feel like I've done something terrible. Oh well. Better still gets up from the haystack. This rake has been placed in the optimal location for mischief. I think I'll take it. I could use this to go to the upper level of the shed. Too bad that's not something I want to do. Hey, about these devils, like, I might have accidentally unlocked them, you know. Expecting something more out of him. I guess I'll look around and see if they're just lingering now. Hold up. I guess it has potential. Pondering the use case of the rake, the forge gnome notices the familiar shape of jelly babies in Badgersaw's pocket. What's that? Jelly babies? Hands off my jelly babies, you fiend. The forge gnome tumbles to the floor into chaos. Ouch. What am I going to steal them, you know? Stay away. If you head over those jelly babies, I can synthesize your rake with a powerful utility item. A utility item, hey, sounds intriguing. But this is worth my jelly babies. What a conundrum. Should I trade my jelly babies and rake for an item of utility? Alright, little forge gnome, you win this time. Just this once, I have utility of the sweet, scrumptious taste of jelly babies. That's the spirit. The forge gnome excitedly takes hands of the items and hurries back into this crack in the floorboards. Wow, you did a good job pressing the rake down there. A few seconds after the gnome disappears, there's no need for an A there. Worm glow begins to emanate from the woodwork. Huh. Badgersaw inquisitively peers over. He leans down and takes scent of the air. Smoky. He gets on all fours and feels the vibrations of industry. He humbles before the might of hammer and anvil, of the implacable torrent of new technology taking form. He follows worry and takes a nap in the corner. Oi, wake up. What? It's done. The forge gnome brandishes the jelly trident. Badgersaw rubs his eyes out from the stupor of sleep. What the hell? It's pretty red. Badgersaw extends his hand and gives the trident a squeeze. Feels like jelly. It is jelly. Can I eat it? I suppose you can't even mind stomach aches. Anyway, it's yours now. Take it. Wait. If I can't eat it, what's it for? I told you. It's an item of utility. So how do I utilize it? Well, you see, the gnome scruffles his beard in preparation for his sermon. Jelly is Jelly is a high discombobulate substance. Its substrate gives it a misfunctious quality, which allows it to estropicate into many different shapes. You're really putting me to the test. It's at 2 a.m. Badgersaw nods in agreement. Thus, after bonding the shellafage of the rake with the jelly, the resulting vixormulus, these are not real words, you just made that up, will have to be smudged and smudged into the shape of any container it's affixed to. Smudged into the shape of any container it's affixed to. Dash with the right. So what you're saying is I can shove this rake into any keyhole and we'll open it. Yes, that's quite right. Well, that is utilitarian. But there's other uses too. Forging keys is unethical and advice, so instead why don't you... Magic key? Get. Badgersaw grabs the jelly thread and smudges it into his pocket. It will still work once I take it out of my pocket, right? Well, it only has enough fluxiometers to change shape 3 times. What does that mean? It means that once it's removed from your pocket, it will spring back into its original Triton shape. Next time you smash it into a container, it will disintegrate on removal. So I get to use it once? Well, technically, you have to use it a single time. Alright. So, I have a magic key I can use only once. Pretty nifty. Nifty indeed. Oh. Does this work like the kind of with the werewolf, where it's just randomized depending on where you proceed?
Yeah, it's random.
Ha! Take that, you little pescrint. Oh, back to adventure. I keep thinking this is a...
Oh, I got jump scared by your advert. Oh my god, the advert just jump scared me.
Huh?
The advert on Twitch just jump scared me.
Okay. I keep thinking that that treasure chest in that room is something of interest.
Yeah, it's just there to troll you.
At least you're honest about it. Okay, tell you what, we might not be able to do the boss fight, but I'll try to get the rest of these two buggers, since you're saying that these are randomized encounters.
Yeah, you just have to walk around enough. There you go.
Is it based on a particular number of rooms you cross, or like completely?
It goes up in percentage. I think there's a buffer as well, so you don't fight 2 in a row.
Got it.
Because it's a puzzle-based game, I wanted it to be quite lenient because potentially you could open this as the first thing that you do, and it would be quite annoying if you're trying to make puzzles and you keep getting random encounters. So I made it quite lenient.
Damn, go away. This will be running into somewhere else then.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Cool. That's 2 out of 3. When I get back to this in a year, when chapter 3 drops, maybe, I'm gonna scratch my head and wonder why do I have so many save files?
Yeah.
Well, that took quite a bit of effort before I got the percentage raked up. Well, supposedly that's all 3 of them.
Wait a minute, did it just glitch? 1 second. Did you just fight the same one twice?
Am I supposed to get some special dialogue?
You can talk to the face and see it might have given you the win anyway. But you can try it.
The candles have been lit. The way is revealed. Okay.
Yeah.
The face wall and candles dissolve to reveal a mysterious staircase. Funky. Conveniently, it's next to the couch. He starts seem pretty ominous. I'll call Mr. Allen Tentle before I go down then. This better be good, Badgersaw. With all due respect, Mr. Allen, considering there was no staircase here and now there is, I think Badgersaw may be onto something. I sure do hope so. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wait, Badgersaw. What? Why don't we take a moment to open the status screen and check everyone's inventory before delving down to depths? Not a bad idea, let's do that. Oh, so this is basically your cue to put everything in order.
Yeah. If you go on toggle equipment as well. Oh yeah, they get their new skills, but for some reason it's not auto adding them to the. Oh yeah, I fixed that already.
It's really giving off some bad vibes right about now. Ooh. I was once called Lord of Edges. That was a very long time ago. Through powers immemorium, I have contacted you from beyond. Prepare to test your worth against power immortal. Test the worth? We don't have to do that. What have you gotten us into this time? Well, I was just checking stuff out. Silence. The time is now. So better start fighting.
You will need all your skills to beat him. He's like a super boss. So, I mean, potentially you could just beat him by brute forcing him, but he was made to be harder than the bosses in Act 1. So,
Potentially.
yeah, sometimes you get lucky. Like, for example, Tantalum hits a bunch of critical hits. You can, yeah, because of Tantalum, you can basically get lucky in any fight.
Yeah, like that one. Holy shit, 25, that's a lot. Hey guys, I think I'm about to do something, but a ghastly dude explodes. What do you mean, we? Well, this together, old man. Yeah, it doesn't look too good. What'd you hit with one of your confuddling arrows? Huh, good idea. Yeah, confuddle the bastard. Oh, oops.
Yeah, Tantalum's supposed to have his skill, but because the code is broken, he doesn't have it. So you can't confuddle him, which means he's going to hit you with his mega skill, which means you're going to die. Well, we'll see. You might barely. You're 15 HP, I don't know.
Nope. The Tental gets the short end of the stick. Yeah, would that be everything that I uncovered, or is there more?
There's one more forge item that you can make that you haven't found, but that's probably going to take you forever to find.
Is it Easter egg territory, or just like a useful item?
It's not Easter egg territory. It's just I think that this late at night you're probably going to be searching everywhere and just like walk past it by mistake. There's like an ingredient that you haven't picked up. That's kind of
I
hidden.
got it. Don't tell me you're making me pixel hunt.
No, I'm not making a pixel hunt. It's just something silly like cutting up the table like you did. You cut up the table to get the wood. It's something along those lines of silly.
Oh, so
Just
like
might not be doing.
unorthodox puzzle logic.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair judgment. I think for what it's worth, we already pretty much seen what most of what Part 2 has to offer.
You've
Except, you
seen
know,
like 90% of it, yeah. 90,
except like
95%
obviously
even.
beating the boss because I'm running on a wonky build, which, like you said, we
Yeah,
might be able to bruise first, but it's pure RNG at that point.
I've luck, guys. You've got the patch, so next time you play it, you can patch
Yeah,
it. But
sure.
probably, if it's not in the next 2 weeks, probably the game will be out and you'll be able to play
Nice.
the
Well,
immersion. Yeah.
in that case, I appreciate you joining over tonight.
Yeah. Thanks for having me
It
on.
was definitely a learning experience. I think you got a lot of good feedback to
I've got a massive list of stuff to
bug
change.
fixes. Yeah, you better
Yeah,
put
and I've
in the
got a
work,
few
man.
really
If you
big
have a
ones
tight
as well.
2 week
Yeah.
schedule
Oh,
going
well,
across.
I've got 3 weeks to do it, so let's hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully it's not been too late for you because I know you are adhere to a particular
I mean,
self-imposed
I
schedule.
should have been in bed when the stream started. Like, but it's okay. This is a rare opportunity to
Listen, you're
watch someone play
basically
the game.
self-employed. You're gonna take a day off tomorrow, and
Yeah, but my son is not going to take a day off.
uh,
It's all right though. It's all right. They'll understand. This is important. So,
yeah. I mean, in the end, I hope I helped out in
oh, you did, you did.
making
I
sure
wouldn't have
this.
found some of these bugs myself. Just this is off my radar. So, and
Yeah,
spelling mistakes. Ah,
yeah. Well, it would have been unfortunate if the game shipped with the skills broken.
yeah, that would have been horrible. I'm gonna play it through once myself before I um do it. So I would have realized, but
Okay, I don't want to
maybe I
keep
would have
you
realized
around
the
for
wrong stage.
too much longer, but
Yeah.
besides Badgersaw, you do have another game in the works, Goblin Shaman. You wanna tell the people about it a little bit?
Um, Goblin Shaman is probably not going to be made anytime soon because I realized during like some more private play testing that the gameplay loop was not that fun. The RPG combat was not that fun. Turns out having a horde of goblins on a CBT is actually just not fun. CBT is like Final Fantasy X. I built it on Final Fantasy X's sort of battle system, and having like a dozen characters in a combat on that is not fun. So I've redesigned the whole game, and but it's going to take a lot of programming effort to actually get it made. So it's going to be probably my third or fourth project, maybe even fifth project going forward.
Oh, okay, cool.
However, I am still working on it because I like it. It's fun, you know what I mean? And I've been making a trailer for it and um, doing some design stuff. But I actually do have a couple more IPs, which I can't announce just yet, but I have a couple more kind of zany IPs, which I am working on.
Nice.
So you can look forward to them.
Okay, well, I'll be looking forward to playing through and completing part 2 on my own. And I hope that people that are watching this, not just on Twitch, but later on YouTube, because I will be putting the VOD, just like before. So you're free to
Yeah.
even use it as like a basis for advertising, however you see fit. They're convinced to check this out because, yeah, I think as far as Badgersaw goes in these two acts, you get a nice balance of one part more combat oriented and the other one on character building and just making this world seem interesting and worth
Yeah.
investigating.
And if it goes beyond Act Three's gonna Act Three's got I've got such mad ideas for Act Three. If we manage to get there on the game journey, it's gonna be good.
I mean, all the best from us over here, and we shall, well, hopefully see each other again soon in real life. Because,
Yeah, of course, of course.
but other than that, you're more than welcome to hit me up with your other projects. I will gladly playtest them and shield them out because it's not nepotism. I swear. I just genuinely enjoy what Vincent is providing us here.
Yeah, well, give me a couple months, maybe even less than that, and I'll have something for you. And well, you can actually try it out because there's a bit of it in the Badgersaw build that you have. But yeah, I've
Yeah,
got some good stuff cooking up. I will be in touch.
sweet. Well,
Okay,
you have a
see you
good
later.
night, buddy, and see you
Yeah,
soon.
you too.
Take care.
Bye. You too.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and I shall see you again next week. This time we're gonna resume Stellarblade that got put on the hold for this event specifically. I hope you don't mind. I mean, every now and then we need a break from our established schedule, and I hope it was up to your liking. I certainly enjoyed uncovering some peculiar game-breaking glitches and helping and polishing a product. Alrighty, take care, everyone. Have a good weekend.